There's a lot of like jostling and feedback and stuff. Like,
I'll work on it.
Mic check 1 2.
Mic, check.
We might hear it on our end, but they won't hear as much on yours.
if you're going to turn down the weather or if we were going to have to like talk over the.
Oh no. They'll be able to hear us now, actually. Hi, stream.
Hello.
All right, and we are getting ready to go live. Good morning, everybody. How you doing today? My name is Josh Kinder. I am a developer here at Quantum Technologies, and I am joined today by Laura. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce your last name.
Pantalakis.
Pantalakis. And we are here today for we'll call it a development boot camp. There goes my work stuff, as always. I forgot to mute that. But basically our goal here is to kind of introduce you guys to coding. If you're basically brand new, we're going to start off with some basic HTML. Then we're going to move into some basic CSS, and we'll do a simple project using those concepts. And while we're doing that project, you guys will be coding along. I will be giving you a link to a in-browser IDE that you don't have to sign up for or anything. You can just start coding straight away. And you guys will be coding along with us while we build an interesting little Pokemon app, actually. So I hope you guys will enjoy that. Then we'll take a short break. Then when we come back, we'll begin going over JavaScript, and we'll be building the app from there further in JavaScript. So let's move over to our fancy little slideshow here. That is not showing up. Pardon me. Let's go ahead and try to get this thing going up. If there's one thing you can count on whenever you're doing a live stream, it's going to be technical difficulties. And for some reason that does not want to show up. Lovely. All right. No worries. We're just going to add a new source here and stand by for just one moment. Alrighty. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so like we said, this is the development boot camp for not June 2001. That is actually a problem. Like you said, our names are Josh and Laura. Our breakdown, like we said, hour 1, introduction, HTML, CSS overview. Hour 2, we'll begin our Pokemon app and then go into a break. Then we'll do our intro to JavaScript. Then our JavaScript continued. We'll probably take a small break in the middle of JavaScript. It's a lot of material to cover. Then we'll go into our JavaScript portions of our actual Pokemon app. Then we'll do our review of the actual project, breaking down what each part of code does, improvements and such that you can make by yourself without our assistance at all. Things that you can add to your own project, expand upon, and learn on your own, because we are by no means going to be covering the entirety of JavaScript or coding in general. And finally, we will get into some resume and interview tips and take a Q&A if you guys have any questions for us. All right, anything else, Laura?
Ready to go.
Alrighty. So let's start things off with our HTML. I'm going to bring our camera window back into frame here. There we go. So HTML, what does it stand for, Laura?
All right, so that is going to be our hypertext markup language. So it's the language that we use to define the structure of the web page. It's what we use to show the users, the end users that are going to be viewing the web page, what is going on. Pretty much any website you go to, you're going to see that structure is going to be defined by HTML.
That's right. And like you can see on our slide here, there's always an opening and closing tag. Some elements don't require a closing tag, like image, meta, break, etc. And those are called self-closing tags. And they're usually ended with a space followed by a / within the brackets. There's always a head section that contains metadata, title of the page, and body, and that's what you'll actually see on the web page. Now, if you don't understand all this stuff straight from the bat, you know, if it's kind of abstract, don't worry. We will be explaining it in a little more depth when we actually get down into the nitty-gritty. All right. So you want to break down some of these HTML elements and attributes for us, Laura?
Alrighty, so first off, we've got our header elements. So we start at H1 all the way to H6. This is going to be pretty much, if you worked in Microsoft Word at all, they're very similar, and they actually kind of mirror the heading styles if you've worked with styles in Word. So we've got our heading 1 all the way to heading 6. And it's exactly the same as that. It starts with the largest and goes all the way down to the smallest, also signifying importance. So then we also have the paragraph tags. Those are going to be also similar. You can actually think of it kind of like a Word document. Paragraph tags are going to be your normal or your paragraph style. Any hyperlinks that you create are done with the anchor tags. These actually require, anchor tags are one of the special tags that also require an attribute, and that's going to be the href, so the hyperlink reference, which is going to be this, in quotations, whichever page you're referencing, or not just any page. You can also use a hyperlink to link to other parts of a page or to file locations, depending on how it's put together. But generally, you're just going to go to another web page.
Right. And I don't know if you guys can see my arrow on here. I don't believe. Oh, yes, I believe you actually can. When you're creating a hyperlink, the href, the hyperlink reference, is the actual website that the text will take you to when you click it. The text here that says link in between the tags, that will actually appear on your web page. So if you type link and this href is actually google.com, then you will click link and it will take you to google.com. Mm-hmm. If you name it Microsoft.com and it's still Google, it's still going to take you to google.com. And that's kind of true of every tag. So if you, whatever you put in between your paragraph tags, that will appear as a paragraph styling HTML. Same thing with your H1 through H6 tags. That will just be altered according to the HTML that you've created. Oh, let me do that. As far as a few other ones, we do have pictures. So that's the image tag. So you will actually need a source URL for that as well. So that will actually be in brackets img source or src equals in quotations your URL for your actual source. So if you're on Google Images, you right click and you get image link. That is essentially what you will be doing. You also want to put in an alt description. This is for readability, for accessibility, hard of hearing, or low vision people. So that's just a description of what the picture is supposed to display. If there's an error, if it's not displaying correctly, things like that. You want an alt tag just in case. You can also optionally list out the width and height of the picture. Source and alt are required, however. Source will point to where the image is held. Alt, like we said, is alternate text. HTML is not case sensitive, but it's recommended to use lowercase when writing HTML. This is a pretty standard practice. Anywhere that you go, if you're going to be writing any HTML, you're going to want to write it in lowercase unless otherwise specified. Good coding practices kind of transition across businesses. And if you write a bunch of uppercase HTML in a coding interview, you're going to be looked at kind of funny. So keep that in mind. And finally, your style attribute will allow you to apply some styling to an element, although generally speaking, CSS is preferred. And let's go over some of these formatting HTML elements.
All right, so a lot of these are considered to be, well, they're inline styling. So generally we will kind of keep away from these unless it's very specific. We'll be wanting to use CSS for that for the most part, but we will go over that later. So these also, you'll be familiar with bold, italicized, and emphasized text, and strong text if you're familiar with Word documents as well. So bold, of course, is just going to bold it. Strong is also a way to bold, but it also marks it as important. Generally, in more recent years, I believe we've tended to transition over to using strong and EM or emphasized text tags instead of just bold and italicized, because it does add those extra I forget
accessibility
why.
options.
It is for accessibility?
Yes.
Yeah. Thought it was for screen readers. So yes, that is generally the most acceptable way to do that. And then we have marked smaller text, deleted text, inserted text, subscript, and superscript. Those are not as commonly used, but they are good to know about in case you wanted to make sure that, show that something's been removed or edited.
Right. All right. And let's move on to our next bit. And we also have tables. These can be fairly important. Tables are pretty common in web development, and you're going to have to kind of understand how tables work, how table rows and columns actually work as well. So the entire thing is wrapped in a table tag. And like I said, don't worry if this is all going too fast for you. Don't worry, we're going to break stuff down a little further when we actually get into the coding portion. So you wrap everything in a table wrapper. You have a table body, which holds the contents of the table, which is optional. It kind of goes with the box model, which we will talk about, but it's not necessarily required. Then you'll have your rows designated by TR, table row, and your table header, which is headers for a column. That's actually at the very top of your columns. That'll be listing what the columns are actually standing for. And then the data within a cell, which is TD. Right. And then moving on to lists, we will actually be using lists in our application. So you'll have unordered lists, which are UL. They will show up on the page with bullet points. And ordered lists, OL, which will show up on a page with numbers. And list items within those tags will be listed out with LI and close with /LI. So you'll actually have an unordered list wrapping around the entire list, and each list item will be wrapped in LI within the UL or OL tags.
And these do have optional, each of those have optional attributes where you're able to determine what kind of ordered or unordered list you want. So for the unordered list, you can choose whether you want it to be like hollow bullets or just regular bullets. And unordered list, you can choose whether you want page numbers or if you want like Roman numerals or something like that. So those are options.
All right. And stand by for a second. We actually do have, if you would put it up there, please. We actually do have some in-person attendees to the boot camp here. And since we didn't have anybody to start with, we didn't actually bring everything up on the big TV here. Is it possible for you to bring up the stream on that? Okay. All right. And before we move into CSS, we are going to check chat, see if anybody's hanging out, if anybody has any questions or anything. All right. Hello, chat. Hello, Mohammed and AJ. Good morning, guys. Like we said, hopefully this isn't too over anybody's head. We are going to be going a little deeper into this stuff. Is there any questions you guys have for us before we continue to some CSS? All right, nobody in chat. What's your name, sir? Leslie. Mr. Leslie. Okay. Are you familiar with an HTML? Learning it. Okay. Do you have any questions that we can answer while we're waiting on the stream to get up here?
I'm not getting in, so
little ways that you don't know how to start a form? Oh, so you don't know where to begin with HTML. Got you. All right. Looks like AJ and everybody says so far so good. So you'll actually start with a tag for doc type HTML. It's not necessarily required on every IDE. Some IDEs don't require it anymore. But you can pretty much just Google that if you can't remember it. You know, it's one of those things that I have to Google just about every time because I never remember that dang thing. As a developer, I'm going to tell you right now, Google is your most powerful tool. We forget things all the time. I'm going to tell you right now, there will be bugs when we're actually doing our app live, even though it's already pre-coded for us, or we've already written it out once, and we're just basically rewriting it. There will be bugs because we make mistakes. But yeah, you'll actually start with that at your head. You'll have your head tags, and wrapped inside that will be, like if you're adding jQuery, things like that. Not necessarily required in every IDE, but it's usually a good thing to have. And then you'll actually have your body, which is where all of your HTML actually goes. So all of your HTML will be wrapped in the body opener, body closer tag. And so you have a title, it'll be body opener, title opener, your title text, title closer, body closer. And then everything else you do, like your paragraphs, all of your other HTML, your elements, everything goes within the body tag. And we'll go over how to add classes, how to add IDs to things so that you can manipulate with those with CSS and JavaScript. The classes and IDs are going to be very important for manipulating with JavaScript later on. And hopefully that makes a little more sense once we get this up. It'll actually. I got you. All right. Do you have any other questions while we're waiting? All right, no problem. And here, I'll tell you what. See if we can turn that his way for now.
Yeah.
And as long as we can see it on our screen here, I think we will be
Here we go.
A-okay. If I can find my pointer. Here we are. All right. All right, so what is CSS? Well, I will tell you if I can actually see.
Yeah, I was about to say, I have my glasses on and I can't even read that.
All right, so we're going to enlarge this on our end here. All right, so what the heck is CSS anyway? CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. This is for applying styles to HTML elements and defining the layout of a web page. CSS is extremely important for how things actually look. And I'm actually using the HDMI already for that.
We don't have a splitter, do we?
I don't believe that has an HDMI out. If we have a splitter, or if you can bring up YouTube on that and just bring up the stream. But it's extremely important, not just because you're going to be doing all of your text, background, box color, all of your colors, all of your font styles, sizes, everything. All of that's going to be done within your CSS. But also your page layout and how your page behaves depending on what kind of device you're actually looking at the content with. Lately, within the past, I'd say 10 years or so, most developers have moved to a mobile-first style of development for CSS. And basically that means that a CSS or that a web page is designed for mobile first and foremost, and then adjusted to fit on a desktop site, because the vast majority of traffic to most websites is now mobile. And you can also use CSS to automatically adjust depending on the size of the screen. It's not necessarily perfect, but there are methods that you can use to kind of get things going, make it a little bit easier, if that makes sense to you guys. All right. 1 second here. I gotta hydrate.
Before you dehydrate.
All right. So there's several ways you can actually add CSS. So you can actually add them inline. That's actually on your HTML document. Within your HTML, you'll use an HTML tag called style, and you'll have a style opener, a style closer. Within the style opener and closer, you'll actually be able to write CSS, and that'll be just the same as writing a separate page of CSS. If you're writing everything on kind of a single document, that's going to be the best and really only way to do it. You can also use it internally, or rather actually inline. Right, I got those flipped. So inline is actually styling within your CSS elements. Internal is using the style element. That's going to be style opener, style closer, CSS within. And then you have external. So you're actually going to use a link tag to link an external style sheet. A lot of IDEs nowadays don't require that. Older IDEs, older methods of doing things, or just plain text documents are going to have those. You're going to be using the link tag and all. It's good to know. It's not necessarily required. We are going to be using a separate CSS sheet with our project, but the link tag is not required for this particular IDE. And you can add stylings, like we said, such as color, background color, font size, font family, border, and you can even import fonts that don't necessarily exist on your current system. You'll import those from like Google Fonts or wherever the heck you find your fonts and everything. And we're going to teach you how to do that. Go ahead.
Just a quick couple notes from me about the inline styling. Just whenever we mention attributes, that's again going to be talking about those attributes like we were talking about in our HTML slides, where like for the anchor tag we have the href attribute. This is just another example of an attribute like that, but it's a style attribute and it can be added to any tag pretty much in order to style it inline. Another thing about external to note is they're really, really beneficial if you're wanting to standardize pages. So if you want to easily make a bunch of pages on a site that you're building look very similar or have a standardized sort of styling, then you can use just the one style sheet and reference that from every page. So that way you can just in one fell swoop handle the styling for all of them. So that's one of the big benefits of that.
Exactly. Whenever you're doing any sort of development, especially for web development, you have to think ahead about how you're going to want your page layout, etc., to look. It will certainly help you as you go make decisions on where to add things, what kind of tags to use, what kind of classes to create, etc.
Efficiency.
Exactly. Something developers aren't necessarily familiar with. All right. So now we're going to talk a little bit about something called CSS selectors. Excuse me. I promise I'm not allergic to selectors. So what they are is they actually allow us to target specific elements throughout the page. So individual elements, you'll have body and then style. They're actually wrapped in brackets. So if you're in your style tags creating a CSS document, universal changes to the entire document, I believe that's going to be asterisk and brackets. I don't ever use that, so that's a new one on me. If you're going to add a class, then you're going to notate that with a dot or a period, followed by the class name and parentheses and brackets with how your styling is going to be. So when you're actually writing your HTML, say you have a paragraph that you want to have a class of purple, say, or purple text is the name of the class, and you want to write CSS to make that text purple. So you'll write P and then class equals quotations purple class or purple text, whatever the heck you're going to do. And then when you write your CSS, you'll actually notate it as dot purple class or dot purple text brackets and then color equals purple or color equals whatever your hex key is, which we will demonstrate, like I said, whenever we actually do our project. You also have IDs, which are notated by hashtag, or I still say £sign because I'm an old man. And it's the exact same way as classes. You'll just be using a £sign instead, and you'll actually be identifying them in your HTML with the ID tag. Or the ID, was it property? Is the proper way to say it?
You know, I actually don't know.
We just went over that.
I just had ID.
Like I said, we are professional developers here at Quantum Technologies.
The way I always like to remember classes versus ID is thinking of like actual classes in school, where you separate students out into their individual classrooms for each class. And you can give each of those a name based on, like, I don't know, maybe the teacher's name or something. You have like the duck room and the turtle room, like there's something in the rabbit room. But then each individual student also has little name tags for their IDs, so you can assign each student a specific thing as well. So you can assign something to a whole class, or you can go and grab their ID tag and say, you're gonna be purple or something. So
right. All right, and as you can see on the screen, we also have descendants. We have children or child. We have adjacent sibling. We have general sibling and multiples such as H1, H2, etc. We will go over those a little deeper in detail on our project. I'm not going to spend too terribly much time on it here because it's much easier to demonstrate and practice what those actually do. And we did purposefully add some of those to the project. All right. So specificity, before we continue, this is actually too small for us to read without having our second monitor here. So we're going to try to get this up and running on the big TV. If you guys would like, we can actually take our first 15-minute break. You want to go ahead and do that? Okay. So while we're getting set up here, we're going to take our first 15-minute break, guys. I'm going to put up on the screen here momentarily. And we will actually have a comeback time. Let's shoot for 10:40. All right. Now these mics are hot, so if you don't want the world to hear you, I recommend you be somewhat quiet, although we do.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go? We are forever learning, one step at a time. As long as the world is turning, I'll be by your side. We'll keep the fire burning. I'll never see you hurt. You know I can't explain it in a way of words. We both know that you'll understand, and you'll see if you take my hand, and I'll go out of my own way for you. I'll go out of my own way.
Or, I mean, it's assuming that you say so I'll do that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I know. I'm actually trying to be that hot and people call me crazy for drinking all the time. Like fires of Mordor or nothing. I spent many years developing this 10 cows.
What is ASMR tea drinking?
Glad she understands my crazed hand gestures.
All right, boys and girls. Right. I'll turn it off now. And we are back. Thank you for sticking with us through the break there while we got our technical difficulties, or rather in-person difficulties, sorted out. And we are back and better than ever. All right, so let's move into what we were talking about before. We were talking about selectors, and now we're going to move into something called specificity. And let me add our slideshow to this a little bit here. Add source. And bada bing, bada boom, that's good. All right, so specificity. We're just going to kind of read this word for word, and then we're going to kind of break it down, go over it in a little more personable manner so you kind of understand. Why is that not going? There must be a delay on that for some reason. Not sure why. Let me check our... Is there a large delay?
Oh, it looks like it's behind a little bit.
Yeah, I believe it's just a pretty good delay. And this is right now. Yeah, it's just delayed for some reason. If you can scroll forward on that, I don't know if you can, but all right.
I'll give it a go.
All right, go ahead and grab Anna, and I'll go over this while we're doing that. All right. So browsers like to decide which CSS properties to take precedence over another. So some styles that you might expect may not be applied if you don't match those specific rules. So each selector that we learn about today is going to have its own kind of quote-unquote weight. If multiple declarations weigh the same or have equal specificity, the last declaration will be applied to the element. Now, this only applies when the same element is targeted in different ways. Directly targeted elements will always take precedence over any styling that's inherited from its ancestor. So, for example, if you apply a style element to body, and then you apply a separate style element to an ID. So say you make all the text within your HTML body, make it all purple. And then you create an ID of a different element within body and make it blue. Well, then everything in the body is going to be purple except for that one thing wrapped in the tag that you have the ID on. If you do the same thing with class or element or pseudo classes, as we have here, those will also take precedence over more general things. And the reason that is partially because of something we call, the box model is not until the next one. So let's go over property values first. So what are we actually talking about with specificity? Well, we're talking about CSS property values, like what we were talking about with colors, etc. These are the actual properties you add within the CSS code block. Backgrounds, borders, text, decoration, fonts, tables, animations, transitions, filter effects, etc., etc. There is an inordinate amount of things that you can do with CSS. People do some crazy things with CSS. And it's generally denoted something like this. So if you are writing CSS and you write body and then you open bracket, color, hyphen, or what is that called? What's that?
Colon.
Colon, thank you. I couldn't remember colon, of course. Color, colon, and this is actually a hex code here, 33333. I don't know what that actual hex code is, but that will actually style your stuff. And if you were to put a period in front of that and have some other name, or if you had a class named body, it would actually affect that entire class, or if you had a hashtag in front of it, that ID with that name, matching name as well. Now, like I said, we're going to go over all of this stuff when we do our actual project. This is just kind of a very high-level rundown for you to go back to whenever we do our stuff, and you're like, oh, that's what that means. So don't worry, guys. And the reason we have this kind of inheritance model is because, well, we have the box model. So when you lay out elements on a web page and apply padding, border, margin, etc., we know exactly what that's changing. So say you're writing, you have a document, an HTML page. All these are separate, but how about you explain this? Because I've got an idea of it in my head.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could actually consider this any sort of, the content, this orange portion, the content can be anything from an image to a paragraph to, like, a text box or a title, anything really. But image is kind of like the best example I usually think of because it generally follows like just a box or a rectangle. So you have the width and height of an image, which those are actually attributes, not required attributes, but they are optional attributes you can add to an image. And then you have the padding, which is the area surrounding that image. So it's like putting the styrofoam packing material around it sort of thing. And then you've
That is an excellent way to put it. I was trying to think of how to say that, but you just nailed it so well.
Thank you. And then you've got the border around that is like the cardboard box you stuff it in. And then there's actually like the margin, which I mean, you could put the box inside of another box and then mail it to yourself, that sort of thing.
And then smash it with a hammer.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's like that. So it's a box and a box and a box, but each of them does specific things.
Gotcha. Okay, that actually made that helped me out. Thank you. And this will become a little more apparent when you're actually writing your own HTML and CSS, particularly your CSS. If you think of it as the box model, when you're manipulating each of these properties in CSS, when you think of it like this model, things will make a lot more sense when you're trying to figure out why the heck is this object not centering the page? Why is it acting kind of funny when I scroll? Why? think of the box model. Go back to this box model. It will help you a lot when problem solving with how your CSS actually affects your page.
And just a quick other thing on that, you might be thinking, okay, so why you have so many boxes inside boxes? The reason is because you have you have tons of different content on your page. So like, again, going back to the packaging example, so if you think of the margin as like the big box that you're mailing out, the border, well, first off, if you have like 2 paintings that you're mailing out instead of just the one, you've got to put padding between each of them. So the padding is, again, like the styrofoam. So you pack one in the styrofoam, the other in the styrofoam, so they're not touching each other. They have that padding between them. And then you're gonna pack each of them, you could put them both in a border, or you could package each of them in their own little individual boxes and put them in the box together so that they're separated out even further. But then the margin is going to be ultimately separating the contents, like the full contents, from the big box itself. So it allows you to have a lot more to play with, I guess, in terms of like what you can, like how you can package it.
Exactly.
So.
All right, so let's move on to our next bit. All right, so this is where we get into the fun part, quote unquote, of CSS, positioning. So this is the bane of my existence. I am not great with CSS positioning. Some people are excellent with it. Me personally, not a fan. I don't know how you are, Laura. Our coworker Amber is phenomenal with this kind of thing. So we'll refer to her if we are incorrect about anything. I apologize, Amber. I don't mean to butcher it.
I always have to play around with it a bit to figure out exactly where I want stuff, because
Right.
it can be crazy.
So CSS positioning. The positioning property sets how an element is positioned on your actual page. You're going to set that value first, then your top, right, bottom, left properties to determine where it gets moved from there. So you set your position first, where it's going to be on your page first. Then you set height, weight, left, right, etc. That's just the kind of way to do things. Pardon me. So static is your default. It goes with the normal flow of the page. Top, right, bottom, left, and z-index properties don't affect its position. However, I do believe that does affect all of the other elements on the page. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, if you have everything else that's static, and then you've got other things that are, actually styled to be positioned, then those styled things are going to have to go around those.
Right.
It's weird.
Then you have relative, and that goes with the normal flow until you set your top, bottom, right, left properties. Then it changes based on the element's original position. The offset doesn't affect any other elements. So as you can see here, we actually have a little diagram, a fun little diagram on static, relative, and then absolute. When you just need something to work and you need it to stick where it's going to stick and you don't need it to move at all, you tell this thing absolute. So it's actually removed from the original flow, and the position is now determined by its closest position ancestor. If it doesn't have an ancestor, then it's determined by its initial containing block. So that content, padding, border, margin block, etc. Or actually fixed is another one that's kind of a brute force option, the nuclear option, as it were. To get an element fixed to a page. This means it's not going to move when you have put other elements around it. It will go on top of other elements. It's not going to move. It's removed from the original flow, and it sits on top of everything else. And another one that I actually like to use occasionally, just for kind of funsies, if you want something to stick there while you're scrolling down a page, there's actually a sticky positioning property. So that actually goes to normal flow until you scroll through the page, and then it will follow you with its new position so it stays viewable on the page. This also makes new stacking content and will sit on top of other elements. So if you've ever been scrolling down a page and you've had one of those ads that just kind of follows you as you go, they are probably using the sticky property and some other annoying little code in the background.
Yeah, and a couple of things important to note here with the sticky one. It does, after you start scrolling, it behaves after that point as though it's set as fixed. So it's going on top of other elements. It doesn't move. It's just staying in that place, and the elements are going underneath it. So it's like it's on a whole nother plane. The other thing to note is in the diagram, you'll notice that the little circle, the dot, showing where it's moved from is actually always fixed to the top left-hand corner, and that's because that's where our axis starts, both on the page and on the individual pieces that we're moving around. So it works like an XY axis starting at like the 90-degree angle going X and then the negative Y basically. So we're going positive X, negative Y, and just pulling it from there. But it works for the page and for, so the page for absolute is where we're doing that, and then the relative, we're doing it from another element or from the element that was there before. I don't know exactly what that one's trying to say, but usually it's relative to another element, not itself. That would be kind of awkward.
Right. I think it may be referring to as like children elements or parent elements.
Yeah.
All right. So now, even more fun, CSS Flexbox. I've been told this is extremely important to learn if you're going to get good, as it were, at CSS. But it's not for the faint of heart. I'm just kidding. I did learn it at one point. I don't work with HTML, CSS on a daily basis. I'm more on the back end of code. But Flexbox is extremely important. If you do learn how to use it properly, if you get good with CSS Flexbox, you will be halfway to being a web development rock star. It is extremely powerful. It is kind of an industry standard at the moment. I believe that's overtaking Grid now, hasn't it?
Thank goodness.
Yeah, Grid was significantly worse.
Oh my gosh. So tired of Grid.
But yes, Flexbox is very important to really get good with if you're going to be on the design side, especially of web development. So what the heck is Flexbox anyway? Well, it simplifies the way we define our layouts. It brings in its property values that developers can utilize. It acts like a container to order elements in line easily. So it's kind of a literal box that flexes around. You know, you can play with it, do different things. It has different properties that you can add and change and do whatever with to help with positioning that you didn't have before. The flexible box layout mode displays items as a row or a column, single dimension, and the layout model for UI design. The items inside this layout can grow and shrink depending on how the area changes. Now, this is important for mobile-first development. Space can be assigned to the items themselves or distributed between or around items. You can also align these items by domain or cross-axis, which allows you to control how a group of items change. So essentially, you have axes that you can define that are, 100% always there, like down the middle of the page, down the center of the page, whatever. And your content reacts based on how those actually change, as opposed to your elements actually physically changing and getting out of line. They're always lined up the same. The size just changes, basically, if that makes sense. It's significantly easier to handle whenever you're working with multiple different browser sizes, things like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is probably created specifically for mobile, like the big mobile boom, because nobody has like the same screen size anymore. It's always changing, so we have to come up with some sort of thing to tackle that.
Right, and that's part of why it's so important. Actually, let me move over to our slideshow solo without our cameras in frame so you can actually see the rest of this. And I see AJ here in chat. He says, I guess I'm the only one that likes Grid.
It's better than trying to put it all on tables, that's for sure. But.
Oh, I know. There's nothing wrong. If you're good with CSS Grid, if you're good with it, it can be very powerful. There's no reason to not understand how to use CSS Grid as opposed to Flexbox, but you should know both if you're going to know one or the other. If you're going to be working on legacy projects, if you're working with older code, bringing things up to date, you're almost certainly going to encounter CSS Grid or older things like that. So it's not a bad thing to like or know older technologies like that well. It's really not. In fact, it's a significant advantage for a lot of people. And it gives you tools that newer developers may or may not have developed. So that's good. You know, it's not a bad thing that you know grid and that you like grid and that you're comfortable with it. I would just recommend that you also take the time and learn how to apply flex. Uh-oh, we lost our TV there.
Did we? Oh dear. I'm trying to fix the screen time out here.
No problem. All right. And we have all of these fancy little properties that you can add with grid. We're not going to go over all of these just because that is outside the scope of, you know, the couple of hours that we have with you guys today. But like I said, this will be recorded. You can go back and actually look at this. And I highly recommend that you go to W3 Schools and check out their entire just repository on CSS, CSS Flexbox, etc. This is kind of give you a basic rundown of what it actually is and situations in which you might need to use it. And to be familiar with terminology. It's kind of a cumulative knowledge type deal we got going on here. All right. So I'm going to give you guys just a little bit of time here. We're actually going to be beginning our first assignment. We are going to be creating a little Pokemon app, copyright pending, in a IDE that I use called codepen.io. Just go to codepen.io, www.codepen.io, and at the top left, I believe, you'll be able to select create new pen. You shouldn't have to, or actually just select pen there. I don't believe you have to be logged in or anything of that nature to actually get in, create a pen. And it should give you a blank page looking something like this whenever we ignore that 15-minute break there because we're not doing that just yet. All right, and you should have something looking similar to this. We will have an HTML, a CSS, and a JavaScript window here. And we will all be coding together on this brand new little Pokemon project. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually design how this whole thing looks before we actually get any functionality. So basically what we're going to try to do here, let me bring up my camera so I can actually talk to you guys face to face. So what we're actually going to be creating here, we're going to be creating an application that challenges you to try to remember as many of the original 151 Pokemon as you can. There will be a timer that starts at 2 minutes. 2 minutes will count down. You'll try to type in as many as possible. Our application will actually check against the list of your original 151, make sure that you're typing one incorrectly, keep track of how many you actually gotten, how many you missed, etc., and then report that in an alert in the browser. And it's kind of like a miniature game that we're creating in CodePen here. All right. So let's go on to our code here. And if you will, just real quick in chat, when you do have your code window up, please let me know you are ready by saying ready in chat, if you would please. All right. A couple of things to note about this particular IDE. You can drag your HTML, CSS, and JavaScript windows, drag them left, right, center, however you want to do them. Since we're going to be working on just HTML for the moment, we can drag both CSS and JavaScript over to the side, and we will actually see our output here. If you create a profile and log in, you can also save and all that good stuff, but you should be able to keep this window open. Excuse me, while you're actually doing your coding. It's super simple, super easy. You can even format your HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You can analyze it for, you know, bad practices, errors, things like that the IDE will actually find. Maximize your editors, fold everything, which just means collapsing things for easier reading and unfolding everything as well. It's a super great little IDE, and it's zero cost and just super easy to use. All right. Well, chat's kind of remaining quiet here, so I think we're just going to go ahead and get started. So, first things first. Normally, in an HTML document, you're going to start with doctype HTML here. In this IDE, you don't have to actually do that. It's actually giving us an error here. It's just saying body goes here, mostly because you don't need to actually use that in this IDE. But just be aware that normally you do have to have your doctype HTML, etc. If you want to comment things out in HTML, you're going to use this little tag. So that's going to be what do you call that? I always call it left arrow, but it's not a left arrow.
Less than?
Oh yeah, I guess that's less than.
I don't know. I'm a mathematician.
Yeah. And if you want to close that, I know my keyboard is super loud. I like it that way. That's how you write a comment. So if you want to comment out some code, say you have a bug that's in a certain area that you know is a bug, or whatever, or you want to try something out and you want to comment out some code that you've already written, wrapping it in a comment is a good way to test things out without actually deleting anything. It's extremely useful, very good for if you're working as a team on a project. You will need to comment your code. Please comment your code base so that everybody else knows what the heck you were actually trying to accomplish, because sometimes code isn't necessarily self-documenting like it should be. You should do your best to make your code as readable as possible, but sometimes it's just not that easy to do. So comments are invaluable.
Plus, with comments, you can leave fun little Easter eggs for other developers.
Right, or you can curse out your boss. No, don't do that. All right. So first things first, we're actually going to start with our title. So we're going to start with a title tag and do a closer as well. And forgive me if I make some mistakes here. I'm actually looking to my left to write this code.
A little easier. There
Yeah, that's a little better. All right. So create your opener and closer. Sometimes your IDE will actually create that for you, and all you have to do is press enter and do whatever you're going to do. So we're going to start off with, do you know your Pokemon? And that should appear.
Well, I mean, it's the title, so it should show on like the tab.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we don't have a tab in this actual thing. I was looking here because I'm used to a regular IDE.
Oh, yeah.
So what this actually is, the title is actually going to be what appears up here. So whenever you do that, that's what's going to appear in your tabs. I don't remember when that was implemented. Was that? I don't remember what version. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's a feature.
Actually, considering the IDE you're using, if you change the untitled up here, shouldn't that actually change the title for you?
I'm actually not sure. That's just the name of the pen, I believe.
It did it for that one.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
didn't
it
know
actually overwrites it.
Okay, so we'll do that.
That's pretty cool beans.
And I spelled Pokemon wrong. Sorry about that. And that should keep it. So we can actually save that now. That way we don't crash or anything. All right. Also, something that I want to make sure we do is put our head in here. So don't forget your head, because I'd lose my head if it weren't attached to my body. Why is that key not working on my keyboard? All right. So other things you will put in your head as well. So say if you're using jQuery or something like that, you'll actually put that within script tags within your head. A couple other things. You can certainly look up what exactly needs to go in there. But for our purposes, we're just going to have our title within it. All right. Then we're going to move on to the important bit, our actual HTML body. And I apologize for my slow typing, but for some reason my keys are being very difficult with me today, so I have to be very deliberate with my keystrokes. So I do apologize in advance for that.
Shake it out a bit.
Right, just shake it out. I think it's just the receiver is a little wonky today.
Get them Cheez-It crumbs.
All right. For any seasoned developers that come across this, I am so sorry. All right. So we're actually going to start things off by creating a div for a container, because what we want to do, we actually want to create a box that the bulk of our actual app goes into. So how do you do that? Well, you create something called a div, and you're going to call that a container div. So we're going to start off with that. And make sure it's wide open. But we're actually going to give it an ID and class of container. So how do you do that? Well, I'm glad you asked.
How do you do that?
Or actually not banner, container.
Banner. It's like, wait a second.
All right, so that gives this div an ID of container. If we want to reference that in our CSS, then we're actually going to use the hash container. Not like that, but essentially like that. All right, so now that that has an ID of container, we want to give it a class of container as well. How the heck do you do that? Well, I'm glad you asked.
And why do we want an ID and a class? Why do we want an ID and a class?
So if you want multiple things to be manipulated with container, then you can actually reference the class container. If you have multiple things that have container within your document, then it'll manipulate all of those. But if you just want to manipulate the one thing, like the main container, then you'll reference the ID as opposed to the class. This is generally something I do when I don't know exactly what direction I'm going to be going yet with my HTML or CSS, right? If you want to delete it later, that's fine. Sometimes it can cause little issues, so I probably recommend that you do clean things up like that. When I'm starting things off, that's what I like to do, although it may not be a best practice. So let's go ahead and actually, where is that referenced in our CSS? We reference body, we reference the container class. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be referencing classes in our CSS. So for our purposes, we're not going to worry about the ID container here. All right, so everything is wrapped in that container from this point on, right? So we're going to create our banner. So we create another div, and that's going to have an ID of banner, or rather a class of banner. Class equals banner. Same deal, close your div. If my key would decide it would like to work. All right, so that's actually going to be, you can't see it right now, but that's going to be one box inside of another box that has our container and banner, and we're going to adjust those using CSS later on. Something that you can do that's super awesome, you can actually color code those within your CSS while you're working with them, so you can actually see where the boxes are being manipulated to.
Unless you're working in Dreamweaver, then it does it for you. Gosh, I miss Dreamweaver.
I know, right? All right. So the next thing we're going to do, we want a, let's put a little picture in. So we're going to create a span and an image tag here.
And why are we using a span here?
Because Amber put it in there. And rather than type the whole thing out, I'm just going to paste directly, because we use this fancy smancy little source to put our little Pikachu in there, our quote-unquote copyright safe Pikachu. So whenever you add in an image tag, sometimes you're going to want to manually adjust the height and width. So we are manually adjusting it to 48 pixels because we want it fairly small. We want the style to display inline block. That is to override any class adjustments or anything that may affect our parents here. These are parents of our image and our span here. Both of these divs are. Actually, is that div going to be a closure there? Yes.
Yeah, might
So-
need to squeeze a span in that one.
So that's going to be something that you encounter fairly often. Is you'll forget to close a tag, or you'll forget to move it down, things like that. So that's certain things to look out for. Luckily, if you click within your actual IDE, usually it will highlight what that actually refers to. So this open body tag refers to this underlined now closed body tag. This closed div tag refers to this open div tag, and so on and so forth. So that's something to keep in mind, a good little tool for you to use. And then with our image tag, we actually have a source, which is this link here. It's our little Pikachu.gif, and our alt text will say copyright safe Pikachu, even though I'm not necessarily sure if there is such a thing.
And I was sitting here thinking like why we might want to use a span. The biggest reason I can think of to use a span there would be, well, we've got the image there. We're already using inline styling in the image tag as an attribute, so we might be like sandwiching it in that span in case we'd want to maybe attach an ID or a class to that span. That way we
That's a
could
good
actually
idea.
use that instead. I think that would be a lot simpler.
Got you. Okay, so that may be, yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. That acts as a container for our image there, and we can actually manipulate the container without manipulating the image directly.
Yeah.
So the image isn't stretched, isn't adjusted, things like that, and we can just adjust the span as a consequence instead. That's actually a pretty smart. Good job, Amber. This is why she's on our front end SME. So next, we want an actual title, or we want rather a header for our application. So what do we want it to say? Let's say, how well do you know your Pokemon? So how do we do that? We're going to create an H1, and that is actually, we're using a bunch of inline here. I guess that's good to learn. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do it that way. So here's some more inline style stuff. So we're going to make it display, if I can actually type today.
I feel like I say that in every class that I do.
Right. So we're doing inline block. Remember, that's how it's going to line up on the page. We're going to adjust our margins now. So our left margin, we're going to make it 15 pixels. Let's see. And this is all going to be stuff that you manually adjust, that you experiment with. I just happen to have it in front of me. Kind of the optimal stuff. You're going to experiment with these kind of things. So it's good to go ahead and set these kinds of things when you know you're going to be adjusting them, and then fine tune them as you go. It won't be this fast. You don't need to know this stuff out the gate. This is in front of me. If I were doing this from scratch, it would not be this simple, okay? So don't get discouraged if you don't understand what all this crap is. Honestly, we would probably start with just the HTML stuff. We wouldn't really add. We might add some IDs or classes, but we wouldn't be adding any sort of adjustments or anything until we got the bulk of our HTML actually written out. Okay.
Yeah, usually just like throw it all on there and then figure out how to sort it around.
Right, right. Well, as you get better, you will have an idea of what kind of things that you want to do, right?
Just by throwing it on there, I don't mean like just barfing it onto the page. I mean like you do have an order, of course. It's
Right,
like you're
right,
making
right.
an outline, really, but
Right, you're going to make a kind of a summary of what you want to happen before you write the actual entirety of the story, let's say.
All right, we need pixels there. The second margin top one.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
And yeah, if you're not familiar with the pixel measurements, I actually don't remember exactly what the pixel measurements are for a particular like standard web page, but there are plenty of tools out there. If you don't want to just sit there and try to, just plug in numbers and see which one looks the best for you, there are things like apps like Pixel Ruler and stuff where you can use them to actually measure specifically how many you want to put in there. So
Right. So what we would do originally, so let's actually do something. We're going to run a little experiment here. So say we didn't have any style here, which is probably what it would look like when we started. Uh-oh. Well, now it's kind of down there. We wanted it next to our Pikachu. Well, how the heck do we do that? That's why we add our styling here. You would most likely start with something like this. You would have your H1. How well do you know your Pokemon? And it's going to be generally that size. That's your header 1. And you got to figure out how the heck to make it go up here. And that's basically how you're going to do it. You want it inline, and then you're going to adjust the margins. That's what that's going to be doing. So that's inline with your previous image tag. And that's adjusted. Your margins are changed by a amount of 15 pixels. All right. So now that we have our header here, let's create another div. So we create these when we want to kind of have a box and a box within a box within a box kind of thing. I wish that I could actually use developer tools on this, but unfortunately our developer tools decide that they don't like to work on CodePen for whatever reason, and you can only see, oh, good grief. Elements here. So you can actually see highlights of what each of these things actually do on a given web page, and it'll actually give you the code. Oh wait, it didn't work on mine. Oh, well, look at that. So now we can actually see what's going on here. So you see that we have an overall box here. So that's our div banner, right? And then we have our actual overall HTML. And if you go further, we have our header 1, and we see the div that's now below it. And that's kind of how this whole model works. It's a lot easier to see when you can actually highlight things, isn't it? Excuse me. All right, so now that we have our div started, we need to close it.
Wait, I thought you already closed it.
Oh, did I close it?
Did you? Hold on.
No, I don't
I'm
believe I
getting
did.
confused. There's so many in here. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's really easy to get kind of wrapped up in different divs and things like that. Just keep in mind that when things are wrapped up, they're kind of boxed together, and then when you open and close things outside, they're going to be their own separate elements, right?
Yeah, that's why sometimes when I'm writing pages, if I know there's going to be a ton of div tags, I might give them class names anyway, and then the closing div tag, I'll put a like right next to it, I'll put a comment with the that says like close tag for this class, so that I know exactly which one it goes to.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, there are other ways to handle that, but yeah.
Right. So we know that our application is going to have a timer for 2 minutes. You're going to name as many Pokemon as you can within those 2 minutes. So we're going to write within this div our set of instructions. Once you begin, you'll have 2 minutes to name as many of the first 151 as you can. Good luck. And I'm just going to copy paste that to avoid any keyboard mishaps. And look at that. It's right below everything. It's no longer part of that set of boxes. As you can see, it's actually below them, a new div. Or does div actually mean divider?
I think so. I mean, that's just what I've always kind of seen it as. I'm just interested in that, like, it's not actually in a div and also in a paragraph. It's just literally pasted right there in a div. I don't know why. I just always put it in a paragraph when I did it.
Oh yeah.
It's just one of those things.
And I've seen different people do them different ways. It's really up to your own kind of style. I think there's probably advantages to using paragraph as opposed to div, but I haven't personally came across them, or at least gotten deep enough into the reasoning why to use one above the other. It just kind of depends on how I feel that day. So if you wanted to use P instead of div, you actually could.
Does the P do an auto indent? No, it does do a leading. It looks like it, like when you made that change, it did actually make a leading space there, or
yeah, it seems like it did.
Leading break.
Oh.
Wow.
Speaking of line break, we now want a kind of a space. You know, we want a little bit of space between our next input. So we're going to put a self-closing break tag, or BR. This does not require a closing tag because we have this space and / here. Certain tags can do that, like image, but certain tags do require a closing tag. Break is not one of them. All right, so now what are we going to do? Well, we need a way to actually start a clock. So what the heck do you do in HTML if you want to start a clock?
Sorry, I just realized it says 2 mintways.
It does say 2 mintways. 2 minutes. So we're going to add a button. Yes, there is actually a button that you can add in with HTML. And I'm going to make sure that we have all of our dividers and everything set up the proper way here. Okay, so yes. Okay, so we're actually going to create a little miniature environment here for our button because we're going to have some stuff next to it. So first we're going to create another div here. And then within that, we're going to place our button. And this is going to be on our left side. So we're going to put our button first. And we're going to give our button an ID. It's usually pretty important to give your buttons IDs, or at the very least classes, so that you can reference them in your JavaScript, because a button's almost always, well, it's better always, do something on your web page. And you're going to need something to reference that actual button, that specific button. When it's pressed, do something. So we're going to have to ID this. And this is going to be our start button or our begin button. It's best practice to use hyphens with IDs, fully lowercase, and that's the way we're going to do things because it is what I would think is the correct way. So we close our button tag if my keyboard decides it wants to. And what do we want that button to say? Well, how about go?
I get it because they like Pokemon Go.
Pokemon, go to the pole. I'm just kidding. So we see we have a button now. It highlights, it looks just like a button, but it does absolutely nothing. And if you pull up your console, you'll see it does absolutely nothing. And I'll tell you more about the console when we get to JavaScript. That's our mystery mouse tool. All right. So since we're going to have some extra text next to it, we're going to add another span for the exact same reason that we mentioned earlier. Thank you, Amber. So this is going to have an ID of clock because we're going to actually put our timer over here. And I actually did the incorrect input there because I can't type today. ID of clock, and there's class clock as well. Like I said, that's probably wrong, but that's how I have it, and I don't want to rewrite this code and have it improperly referenced, and it's working without any bugs in the finished version. So I would probably stick with just ID or just class, unless you're manipulating or at least change the name of each. So maybe make it clock and class timer or something like that. This is probably not proper. But that's, like I said, that's the way it's working. I thought I went over that part when I reviewed the code, but apparently I didn't. So apologies for that. And we're just going to keep this at 0 min 0 seconds for right now. And close the span. All right. And we have our 2 divs here. Make sure everything is wrapped up all nicely, nice and tidy. Now we do have a bit of a collision here. How are we going to fix that? Well, I'm glad you asked. We're going to do that in our CSS, but we're actually going to manipulate that later. So for now, we're just going to let it look all ugly like that, and then go in with our CSS and fix the issue the hard way. Or rather the easy way, actually. All right. So let's see where we're at. We have our clocks, we have our span, we have our div. We do need to have our view class here. So we are creating another div, and that's actually our view. And I believe that has, yes, that is going to have our count, our submission button, everything, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Or that's actually going to have the list of Pokemon that we got, actually, rather. So that's what it's going to be. That should be self-documenting. So that view list is actually going to be kind of incorrect. I would rather name it something like, I don't know, Pokemon, or something that you got, or something describing what's actually going to be in there. We named it view list. So remember, for now, that's going to be the list that we can actually view of Pokemon that we got whenever we get this app actually up and running. And this is actually going to be an entire view within a div. So we're creating a container, whole new div, a whole new div, a new fantastic CSS problem. All right. So within our view, what are we going to want? Well, we're going to want the count of how many we actually got whenever we do get them correct. And we're going to want to see which ones that we've already typed out, so we don't got to think, oh yeah, I already said Bulbasaur like 3 times. So first we're going to put in a little break, just because we know that there's probably going to be some space needed there. And then we're going to create our divs for both count and our actual list. So we're going to put those in divs once again. And we're going to give that an ID of count. And again, sticking with the methods that we've done so far, we're going to give it a class of count as well. Consistency counts for something at the very least. And we're actually going to make that count 0. Notice that the only thing that you actually see is, excuse me, is what goes within those tags. And let me make sure that those are correct. I don't remember if I actually closed that div tag or not. Do you remember if I did? That's correct. I don't remember if that's correct. Well, we are certainly going to find out. So I'm actually going to go ahead and add another closer here. And if we do encounter an error, we will know what the heck is going on. All right, so we're creating a new div here. So we're actually going to have the list here. And actually, you know what? Since it's going to be a list, we're not going to do a div. We know it's going to be a list of Pokemon, and it's not going to be ordered, so we're going to create an unordered list. Now, you might be asking yourself, what the heck are we going to put in this list in the meantime? Absolutely nothing. But we do know that at some point, whenever we get them correct, we're going to be having a list that appears in that particular area. So we can leave that, so we can leave that blank for now. But what we can do, and what we should do, is give it some IDs, give it give it a class, things like that, so we can actually style it and have it ready to go when we do add things in there. All right. So we're going to give that an ID of a view list. View hyphen list. And let's see, we're getting a class of view list as well. I know this is painful to watch, guys, but I'm not used to typing this way. I'm used to my home keyboard where I'm looking straight at my screen and not looking across from here and all that good stuff. All right. So now we've got a whole bunch of stuff and really not a whole lot to show for it. Look at this ugly little form we got going here. But I promise you, it'll be worth it when we're done. Or maybe not, I don't know. All right, so now we need one more thing. So we have our list with our view count, we have our button, we have our countdown, but we actually need somewhere to submit. We actually need somewhere to type out Pokemon while the timer is running. So let's go ahead and add that. So we're going to create a whole new div that is for our submission form. We're going to make our form all in kind of one box so we can kind of control that whole deal by itself. So let's create a div, if my opener tag here will work. And we're going to give it an ID of submission form. Submission form, and this one actually has a class of form for some reason, so consistency out the window. Please be consistent with your own code. Do not take my code as an example of proper HTML, because clearly I didn't go over my HTML as finely as I did my JavaScript. All right. So now that we have that form started, well, we know it's going to be wrapped in a div, so we're going to have a closing div here. and we're going to open her up and add some things in the middle. Well, what the heck are we actually going to put in here? Well, we have to have some inputs. So we've already done one input type called button. And this one, you just put button, right? You can also do it a separate way. Some people prefer to use input type equals button, and that's perfectly fine. But there's also another input type that you should probably know about that you're going to be using quite a bit, and that's going to be input type text. So we're actually adding an input here. We're going to have type. Our property is going to be text. So look at that. We have a little text box started here, and you can type stuff in it. Can't do a whole lot with it, but it's there. Easy as that, right? So we're going to go ahead and give that an ID of form name input. Now, whenever you're doing this to start with, you're probably not going to have very, very clear IDs and very, very clear names like that. As you get better, you'll get better with doing that kind of thing. We're calling this form name input and form name submit to denote that this button and this text box that we're going to create are related to one another. That makes it a lot easier to relate whenever we want to execute a function. Clicking a button, we want it to manipulate or do something with the input that we're getting from our text box here. So keep that in mind when you're actually creating your ID names and your class names, etc. Form name input. And we are actually going to do something else here. We are going to disable it. And bet you didn't know you could do that. Now, disabled. And we're going to use a self-closing tag there. Uh-oh.
Disabled.
Oh, disabled. Disabled. All right, what am I? Where's my unexpected character here? Now, sometimes you do run into problems like this. So it says there's no errors. I guess I just had to move. So we're disabling this. Well, why the heck do we want to do that? Well, the timer's not running, is it? So we don't want this to be enabled. We don't want people to be able to submit anything until the timer actually starts. So we're going to go ahead and disable this by default in our HTML. We can manipulate all these properties, anything within the HTML. We can even add in new HTML using JavaScript, which we're going to do later.
Now, is that disabled attribute also, like, could you also put that as disabled equal true? Like, it is a Boolean value technically, right?
I believe so, and I'm actually not sure. Let's find out.
Because that's what I would assume it would want to be entered as, but I'm not sure. I've never seen it done that way. Oh, I guess it can do both ways. Cool.
Right. So generally, when in programming, if you just have a one-word descriptor, it usually means this descriptor, this property, or whatever equals true. If you have an exclamation point in front of it, I don't think it'll work with HTML. It works. What? That's so cool. I learned something today.
That's beautiful.
So yeah, that's a good way to illustrate that concept actually. So generally speaking, if you see just a property by itself, that property is going to be true in most of programming. If you have an exclamation point, that is going to be false. So it is not, or it is disabled or it is not disabled, based on how those are. Wait, why is that no longer not disabled? It totally worked.
It did. I think you just had to kind of like move away from it. Or maybe it's just laggy, who knows?
Could be.
Maybe you gotta save it again? I don't know. Because it could have just auto-saved that first time or something.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't actually work. I didn't expect it to work. But still, the concept applies. All right. Actually, what that may have done was just make it so that the property disabled couldn't be read properly and re-enabled it. So we didn't learn something new today. That's still cool, though. All right. So now that we have our disabled text box here, let's make a disabled button to go with it, shall we? Oh, might help if I actually didn't get ahead of myself here. So we're going to create another input with a type of button. Did I just, yeah. Type equals button. Value is going to be submit.
I can't really see it from here, but did we also make that button able to be hit by enter key?
I actually do that in JavaScript with an event listener.
Beautiful. Okay.
Right. Let's see. So sometimes you don't actually have to create an open and closing tag to put text in a certain thing. So if you're planning on not using, or if you're planning on using a self-closing tag here, like we're going to do with this button, you can actually use value, the value property, to do the text that's inside of that. So we're going to give that an ID of form name submit. And it's also going to be disabled.
This might be a little bit too, like, in the future, but it's also useful to use the value attribute instead if you're trying to selectively change the value of a specific input in some instances, because it's easier to select it in JavaScript.
So when you're, yes, that is correct. So if you know that you're going to be changing the value of really anything, say we wanted this button whenever the timer started, switch from to submit to add Pokemon or something like that, we could do that by manipulating the value value. All right, so we've got a pretty decent looking form here. So what the heck are we going to do next? Well, we're going to clean this stuff up. So what are we actually going to do with our CSS here? You want to take the reins and work on a bit of a CSS?
Sure.
All right.
A bit of glare. Let's see if I can get over here.
All right. So while we're switching positions, if you do have any questions, please type them in chat, and we'll do our best to answer them.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Well, your headphones are much more comfortable.
Huh?
Your headphones are much more comfortable.
Oh, I know, right?
All right, so let's go ahead and start with CSS. It looks like the first thing we're doing is actually importing a font from Google, which is one of the awesome things we can do. Google actually has a pretty great reserve of fonts that you can select from, and all you have to do is just import it via the URL of the font, and it'll give it to you. All right, so here's where we're importing that font, and I'm like going ahead and putting that comment in there because that's best practice. You always want to make sure you're letting everyone know, potentially if you have other people coming in after you, what exactly you're doing here. So first we have our import here, so we're doing an @import, and then we have our URL. And for that URL, I'm actually just going to copy paste that.
Right, and if you will, Laura, if you will open up our chat and post that URL so that they don't actually have to manually copy that whole daggum thing down.
But of course.
But of course. Sacré bleu. I've actually never used this mic on my own voice, so this is a treat.
There we go. Alright, so that's the googly Google font.
The googly Google.
Alright. Okay, so yeah, if you just put that in like that and make sure you're ending it with a semicolon to denote the end of line, that's going to be importing this font called Poiré 1 or something. I don't know how to pronounce that. It looks French. But
Poiré? And the Poiré 1.
I don't know. But anyway. Right.
Do not forget that semicolon, by the way.
Yes.
Your IDE will yell at you over and over until you get that semicolon in there. Semicolons will make or break entire sections of code.
Especially with JavaScript, oh my gosh.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Alright, so first off, we're going to go ahead and select the entire body of the document. So we're basically going to be grabbing this whole bit here, and we are styling all of this, everything. So all we have to do is just grab the body like this by just using that selector. And you'll see it automatically creates that end tag for us there, which is nice. Alright, so then we get to the second line. Alright, so the first thing we're going to want to do is we actually want to add a background image to this. So the background image is actually one that we have. Let's see. Let me make sure we actually have it available here.
So that was actually something that was an unfortunate circumstance of using CodePen.io. I'm not sure how to. I believe you can import actual images and files, etc. In CodePen, but I'm not sure that you can do it without creating an account or using their pro whatever the heck it is account. So we can't actually upload a file from our actual PC or documents or whatever like we would. But I do want to illustrate how to do that.
Yeah.
So this is how you would do it.
We got our background image. So we would just do background dash image and then specify we are inserting a URL here. And then you would just insert whatever URL you want. Doesn't have to be in like quotations like you would in HTML or anything. You would just put that in there. But the one that we have here is the Pokemon_background.png. So that's the one that would be there.
Right.
If we could actually grab it.
And that's denoting a local file. You could also add a file from the internet like we did with our copyright safe Pikachu as well.
Mm-hmm. And then we do have another one here, determining the background size, which is just background dash size. Again, this isn't going to do anything because we don't have a background we're actually able to import, but we do have it set to cover. So it's going to, that's just basically telling it to cover the entire page. It's not going to, because we could set it to like tile or something if we had one that was, what is that called? Like a tessellation or something that we would want to just tile across. But in this case, we would just want it to actually cover the whole page. So here's where we actually get into the font that we imported. So just importing the font like we did up here isn't actually doing anything other than just making it available for us. So now we actually want to use it. So in order to make that font apply to everything in the body, we want to apply it to this body tag. So we just choose font .family. First off, we need to specify what the font family is. And again, that font family is that Poire 1. So Poire 1. Oh. And I misclicked that. Poire 1. There we go.
The fastest backspace in the West.
You can tell I've done it a lot. All right, and then we can also, like, you could just leave it like this and just say we're using this font family, and it would use the normal or default version of that font, but we specifically want to use the cursive version of it. And you'll notice whenever you go and find at Google Fonts, if you go and browse Google Fonts, for each font family there are going to be different variations on a font, and you can choose from each one of those, and that's where you would put that in there. So we got our font family, we've got it set to cursive, and then we want to make it bold, so we're going to do font-weight and make that bold. So once we have that, you'll see it changes, and now we have it entirely bold.
This just looks like a fancy Comic Sans to me.
It does. Oh my gosh. I was thinking that. I didn't really want to say it. I was like, I don't know about that, but anyway, yeah. Right.
It's almost appropriate with like the fat Pikachu we have though, like just as derpy as humanly possible. Partially because we want you guys to go back and style things yourself. You know, we don't want to do all the fancy smancy styling for you.
Yeah, you're not supposed to like it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to like it. You're supposed to want to, you're supposed to hate the way it looks so that you have initiative to go and adjust how it looks yourself, make it your own, and actually get to play with the CSS that we're trying to teach you. See, there's a method to our madness.
Alright, the last one here isn't actually necessarily needed because the default is black for the font, but we're going to go ahead and specify color and then give it a hex value. If you're unfamiliar with hex values, it's just basically a 6-digit color code, hence the hex, value. And there are plenty of places you can go online and just like play around with like the color wheels and pick whatever color and it'll give you the hex value. So black is just FFF, but we can shorten it to just FFF because it's one of those weird shorthand things, but CSS will recognize that as the full 6-digit one by just putting those three. And
that's actually changing the color of all of our font as well. So now look at that, we've whited out everything.
Oh yeah, that's right, it's white. I forgot. Black is zeros. Black is the 6 zeros. White is the 6 Fs. I always get them mixed up.
Right. Also, Daniel had some input Daniel McKnight is one of our front-end SMEs. He says placing text in a P tag is better for readability and overall code structure and organization. And now that we're looking at it with all these divs, they make sense when we're doing it ourselves, but we're trying to illustrate something. The P tags are probably better, especially if you're working in a team, so that you know what you're actually looking at. So take his advice. He is one of our SMEs, and he is better at this than both of us. We just teaching the class.
Yeah, and as an example of that, I could actually think of if you wanted to have a multi-paragraph sort of block of text going on, you would definitely want to use the P tags for that reason, because it will automatically add those, like in Word where it'll automatically add that before and after sort of padding between paragraphs, so it looks a lot better. And you won't get that if you use just divs. It'll be sandwiched right next to each other. So yeah, P handles all of that formatting for you really well. But all right, so we have the background and the color here. I don't know if we want to keep that, since we don't have the background image actually showing up. We might want to just leave the color of the font black here.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Because I don't see anywhere it actually changing the background color. We would have done that in the body had we wanted to do that. So
I'm not actually sure how that in our original code isn't whiting everything out, because it's exactly
is it
the
not?
same.
Oh, it's adding that
I
thing
see
in there.
why we did that. So that was actually added afterwards. That was a misstep on my part. So yeah, we're going to keep our text black for right now, but let's go ahead and use 000 because we're going to alter that in just a moment. So this color property here is affecting all of our text within the body. Okay. But we're going to make a change here that will allow us to change it to a different color without losing everything. You'll see.
All right, so the next one we're going to do is right after the body we have our div class of container. So we're going to go ahead and edit everything within this container. So we're selecting that by its class. And again, the ID is hash, class is dot. So we use dot container to select that particular class. And then we've got a bunch of them here. So first off, for this container, we're going to make its position relative. You'll see why.
Also, I know we didn't do it too much here, but say you had multiple divs that were all in different areas of your code or in different areas of your HTML. If they all had the class container, then this would affect every single one of those rather than just a single item, right? So that's really good for when you want to standardize things across pages, like we said. Hopefully this is illustrating it to a satisfactory manner.
All right, so this container here, and actually, yeah, I see what you mean now because we are doing that background color. I gotcha. All right, so
Got you, homie.
I see it because we did the container. All right, so
Container, I hardly knew her.
all right, so we got our width here. We're going to set the width of this container to 800 pixels. Let's see, the minimum height, which we're specifying minimum height here, I'm guessing because we want to make sure that it at least stays this height, but can scale depending on browser size.
Right. And let's actually go ahead and color that before we go any further,
Go
so we
ahead
can
and add
actually
that.
see what the heck is going on. In our code, the background color is actually one of the last things that we have put down, but that's just because that's how the dice rolled. So if you actually put in a background color first, when you're working with containers and things like this, make that the first thing you change. That way you can actually see how your width, height, container, position, everything is affecting the entire box, as opposed to just the text against white background on white background.
Yeah, so this is really helpful. And another thing to note here is you'll see that I didn't use a hex value here. I used an RGBA value. So this is another way we can insert colors. Both of them are recognized perfectly fine by CSS. So it just kind of depends on your preference, really. I mean, I don't actually know any difference between them other than preference. So.
I use hex because it's less typing.
Yeah, that does make sense. Although there are, and this might be a little bit more advanced, but there are certain web colors that are acceptable to use on web. So the hex values I know are all included in that range. I don't know if all RGBA values are included in that range. So that might be something to look into.
I do think I don't think hex actually includes an alpha channel, does it? Does it include transparency?
That might be it, actually.
I think it is.
Because I don't think it does. Yep.
So RGBA actually stands for red, green, blue, alpha. Alpha is the transparency or the opacity of a given element. So when you type in 0.5, you actually look at 0, that's the amount of red. 0 number 2, that's the amount of green. 0 number 3, that's the amount of blue. And the last one is alpha, that is the amount of opacity that this is going to have. So this is actually 50% opacity with RGB values of 0, 0, 0.
Yeah.
And that's what that means.
Which means it's actually black, but it's at 50% opacity. So like if I take this out, it's gonna go, well, it'll go white, actually. I'm sorry, I'm getting them mixed up again. So, yeah. 0.5. But yeah, anywho, it is black at 50%.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It do. But if I change the opacity, it will change to like lighter or darker depending on what I set it to. So.
Righto, righto.
Yep, so we're gonna keep it at 50%. Alrighty, so next we have our overflows. So overflow X, so overflow dash X, that's gonna be on the X axis. Make that hidden. And then overflow Y is going to be automatically changed depending on the browser. So that's just, you know what, I actually haven't used that in a while. That's basically like just anything that goes over the edge, right? Or am I just, I don't remember actually.
I believe that's for text overflow, if I'm not mistaken.
It is for text? Okay. Yeah, so it's just gonna get rid of that one. And then for Y, it'll just auto-correct it.
Right.
Which means, I think, since this isn't a container, that means if we have more text than the container would normally fill, then the container will actually like increase in height. Because the minimum height is set to 300 pixels, so it will scale with how much text is in there.
Right, and the reason that we're doing that is because if we have somebody that's typing in a whole bunch of Pokemon for 2 minutes, and that list gets super long, the container will actually expand to accommodate that on the y-axis. We don't want anything expanding too far on our x-axis, so we have it hidden. Anything that does expand past that is going to be a bug, so we will want to correct that elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, if we didn't include this overflow Y auto, then whenever we went and typed in a bunch of Pokemon, then it would just keep going over, like it would actually overflow like outside of the boundary that we've specified here. So we'd have this little grayish boundary, and then we'd have the text just kind of all over the place. So
kind of vomiting out.
Yeah.
It's also not a terrible practice either. For some of these HTML elements that we don't have anything in right now, what we expect to have in, for you to put placeholder text in when you're testing things out and then delete it later on.
That good old lorem ipsum.
Yeah, ipsum lorem, all that good stuff. If you've seen that, then you'll be using that quite often.
Mm-hmm. All right, and so for our margins, we're also setting that to auto, so that'll just automatically be handled by the browser. So it's just kind of scooting it to the middle with that one. And then we're going to set a margin top, so that'll be our top margin. And we're going to set that one specifically to 5%.
Don't forget your colon.
Oh, shoot, I did. I think that one's kind of sticky too. Boop. There we go. All right. Do you want to turn on sticky keys?
Oh, God, no.
Never.
My kid already did that for me.
Gosh. All right. So let's see. Okay, so under background color, so now we've got our padding, and this is going to be our little styrofoam packaging here. So we're giving it 15 pixels of breathing room, and you'll see that automatically, that already looks great, like much better. So like the difference there, so that's without it. The text is just like right on the edge of it, but when we add the 15 pixels of padding, suddenly we've got that nice little bit of breathing room between the text and the edge. Alright, and then we've also got our border. So we're going to make a border and have it a radius of 15 pixels. There we go. And the border radius actually controls the like the circular radius of the edges, like the ends. So if you want it to curve at the edges instead of have points there, then you can use border radius to smooth those out.
Right, and that's called beveling, for those of you who don't know. Keeping your corners from being too sharp, too harsh, things like that. You soften them up so they don't cut people when they browse your page. But they do generally make things look significantly better, and that just decreases the the position of the actual corner point and automatically adjust it to round to where you put that new point.
Right, and this next one and the last one we're going to add for container is a, well, technically it's not required anymore, but it is still good practice to include it just because it's best for older browsers. They will still require it, and that's just another border radius, but we use this particular selector here, or not selector, but this one here. So still setting it to 15 pixels, but this ensures that anybody that's using a really old computer with like an old browser, like they're still using Windows Explorer or Internet Explorer from way back in the day, they can still see this nice little round border.
Right, and you don't really need to use this in modern browsers or in modern development, just because everybody's browser is pretty much up to date now. Yeah. But if you're working with legacy code, you probably do need to recognize what that actually is, and be able to handle code that or CSS that actually uses it.
And aside from WebKit, you might also see the MOZ for like Mozilla. You'll see that one as well for older, but usually it'll just be WebKit. So just keep an eye out for both of those. All right, so now we just move on to the clock. So we're scooting all the way down here to, where's our clock class? So right here. All right, so we are getting that clock started. So this span here, so we're gonna select that. And it looks like we're selecting it by class. So go ahead and grab the clock class. And all we're doing with the clock here is we're just wanting to give it a left margin so it's not smushed right up against this button. So margin left, and we'll give it 15 pixels. Let's just keep the 15 pixel train going. There we go. So that looks a lot better here. All right, and then we've got our view list as our next one, which is this one right here, our unordered list. So this is the one you can't see just yet, but it's going to be the one that shows up when they're actually typing it. So what we want to do here is just select this one, so our view list, and we're going to want to change the list style type
Listy style
to none. And what this does, listy style, what this does is it's basically just going to make sure it doesn't have like any bullets or any numbers or anything. It's just going to be a list without any style type.
Right.
So we'll just have a list of Pokemon, nothing else. All right, the next one's kind of funky. And it's also going to be selecting view list, but the individual list item. So we're actually going to be drilling into this view list, and then we're going to be selecting a list item out of the view list. So right. For this one, so we got to select view list. And then all we have to do is just have that space there and type live to select the list item. And then we have the weirdness that comes in. This is going to be nth child. So what this is going to do is it's going to grab a specific position out of a group. So if I type this nth dash child here and I select 3, basically what that's saying is it's going to be grabbing the third child out of a group of siblings. So out of each of the list items, so every third basically, like when you reach the third one, then this is going to happen basically. So what we're doing at that point is we're adding a text indent. Right.
And the reason that we're using this is because, well, we have an unordered list with no items in it yet. There will be items added in whenever we're actually adding Pokemon. We're actually doing, playing the game and all. But we know we want the third item to be indented by 3 pixels. So this is what we use. View list, that's the class. We're going to use li, which is the element, and nth child, parentheses 3, that's going to be the third child element that has the li tag.
Mm-hmm. And then we're going to do this again. So we're going to grab view list and then li, nth child, and this time we're going to grab the 5th one. So now on the 5th one, we're changing the font. Oh my gosh. So the 5th one, we're changing the font family here, and we're making it the dreaded Comic Sans. Oh dear.
I'm not sure why it was originally done, but I didn't take it out because I love it.
I think it's like this is literally just for like there's really no practical reason for this other than it's just to show you how to select these individual things and how to use this this inheritance and the like basically illustrating the how cascading style sheets work because they are cascading in nature. So we've already got this font for the entire body, but now we're being even more selective, and due to the nature of cascading style sheets, we are selecting this individual thing and changing its font, so this particular one is going to be different.
Right. And like she said, this is more for illustrative purposes than anything.
Don't do this.
From a style perspective.
This is gonna be hideous. Oh my gosh.
I actually didn't notice it during testing. Like I knew it was there, but it was like barely noticeable.
Well, I mean the main font is pretty close to Comic Sans anyway. So,
Yeah. Although there is a color blue there.
Yeah, this is gonna look like clown barf.
Although I don't believe in testing I was ever able to actually type out 39 Pokemon because I set my testing to 12 seconds.
Just put the Pokemon rap on loop in the background. You got it.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so view, dash list. We're grabbing another one. Oh boy, what's this one gonna be?
Oh boy.
So this one is going to be changing the margin pop. Yeesh. Goodness gracious.
We woke up and chose chaos, so this
Amber,
CSS.
why? Yeah, Amber is just torturing me here.
And this is Amber's original code.
So, margin top, and we're making that 19. Oh, we're not even sticking with the same 15 pixels. Jeez.
Oh, Amber, what are you
geez.
doing?
Okay. All right. And another one. Oh boy.
Another one.
When will it end? This is Li, child. Just gonna make sure we know how to do this in the child shenanigans. All right, we're grabbing the 39th one, and we're gonna make this one change to blue. And you'll also notice here, I'm not using a hex value, nor am I using the RGBA value. I'm just typing in blue, and you can do that with any of the basic colors, and CSS will recognize that as just a, like the default blue.
Right.
So.
You can do it with, I believe, any WordGBiv, and you can also do, I believe, light and dark with modifiers with several of them, can't you? I think you can do light blue and dark blue.
I don't think I've ever used that. I just always use hexes.
I believe you can. Like, give it a shot. It'll highlight if it's wrong.
Oh, it will. Let's see. So blue and then like
Just
blue
like light blue.
Oh yeah, that is okay. Yeah, I think that does work. Light blue. Whoa.
Not like that.
I don't like that for sure. Yeah, no, I think that does work.
Yeah, I believe it does.
And in some things, like if you work in VS Code, it'll actually give you a preview of that color too.
Oh yeah.
Which is pretty great. All right, so we got our 122nd one, and that one's gonna have some decoration. All right, so we've got our text decoration.
I wonder if these are these Amber's favorite Pokemon?
I don't know, but maybe.
Well, no, because they would be in the order that you typed them, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, they could be. I mean, third is Bulbasaur, right? So maybe.
No, third is Venusaur.
It is, or yeah. No, it's the first three. Bulbasaur is the first.
Yeah, Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur.
Those are the first three. I thought it went with the first, like the starter Pokemon.
No, starter evolutions, then starter evolutions.
Wow, well look at me. I suck.
Don't mess with the Pokemon nerd over here.
Alright, let's see. View list. Here's another one. When will it end? Oh my gosh. Okay, I think this is the last one actually. Alright, so we've got our underlined text decoration there, and then this one we've got the inner child again, and this one we are choosing Mewtwo, because I do remember that one. 151.
So here comes
Gosh,
Amber to
darn it.
defend herself in chat. She says, it's not even my original code, LMAO. It's James's QA person's original code.
Oh my gosh. Well,
That somehow makes it worse.
yeah, James's QA person can like suck my toe. Alright, so we've got our last one. So Mewtwo is going to have a margin left of 150 pixels. So he's just going to be separated. He's going to be flung all the way to the right-hand side, for goodness sakes. Alright, so poor Mewtwo. Alright, so then now we've got our list item name.
I guess it sticks with the old isolation theme.
Yeah, poor buddy. So now we're grabbing the individual list items. We're going into just the list item class here. Alright, list item name, where is that one? I think that's literally just one that doesn't exist really yet.
Yeah, I may have actually gotten rid of that one. I encountered a bug
Yeah, because I don't
during
see that
production. I
selecting
believe I
anything.
removed that one without removing the CSS.
Yeah, so that's just trying to change the font size. For that one, I think they're just trying to illustrate the that you can set font size to not just pixels, you can also send it to points, or this or EMs, which is another measurement of font size.
All right.
Right, and then we've also got our list item anchor, which is just list item anchor, which that one is going to be for, that looks like it would be selecting like an anchor tag, and we don't have any of those in list items either, so I'm not going to include that one.
Right.
But that one was just handling font size again and left margin. So that's all we've got for our CSS. Let's look what we've got here. So got our rounded corners, little Pikachu tap dancing up there, and yeah, everything is nice and breathing, and well, it has breathing room anyway.
Right.
So.
Although we do seem to be missing our text box and select button there.
Which one here? The submit or?
That's going to be the form
This
name
one.
input, form name submit.
This one, that goes back to our div, doesn't it? So let's grab this guy and scoot him inside the other div then, because it's stuck down here. It needs to be
Oh
in here.
yeah, I see.
So let me just grab the whole submission form and
Yeah, that was that div
switch
that I
it.
was concerned that we didn't
Yeah.
get correct.
Yeah, let's see if that does it.
And
It's there.
almost. We do have a broken closer here.
Ooh, that's fun. Hold on, let me see what I grabbed here. What in the heck in the hamster ball is going on?
I think whenever you drug it up, you kind of
Yeah.
drug it in the
Oh,
middle
yeah,
of a
yeah.
closer there.
Okay, let's make a little room for it then. This one.
And it'd be
Smush it
below our
in
view
there.
list, and there we go.
Oh wait, this is the div for the form. Grab this and smush it in there.
All right, and if you don't know those shortcuts, you should. They are Control X for cut and Control V for paste. You can also do Control C to copy. Also Control Z for undo, Control Y for redo. Very important shortcuts that every developer, really everyone, needs to know.
A show. All right. Yep, that's it for the CSS portion here. All right, do we have any questions in chat? Let's see. Was that Amber again?
Yeah, she says every 5 seconds. Yeah, so this is just for demonstrative purposes. Don't follow Amber's terrible code. Well, we're not saying it's bad code. It's perfectly valid code. It's just not something you would want to do from a design standpoint, but it's very illustrative.
All right, yeah, Daniel actually put that in here too. Yeah, all right. So nothing after my font's little dingus here, so.
All right. So that's what we have for our HTML and CSS. We can leave this up for a minute or two. If you guys need to catch up, send us a message. Or actually, I'll tell you what we can do. We can actually share this in chat for people to compare and to catch up if they like. Go to share down here.
Ooh, fancy.
And use the copy link and paste that in our YouTube chat. So you guys can actually copy that and catch up with us. And feel free, have some fun during break. If you're not going to go ahead and go to lunch, we're going to take up we're going to take an hour. Or we're going to take 30 minutes, probably an hour, right?
Yeah, I thought it was an hour.
Okay. So we're going to take an hour lunch. And you guys feel free to have some fun. You know, make a fork of this whole thing. Change some CSS, change some colors, make the fonts how something you want. Import a new font. Change the layout, change the margins, whatever you're going to do. Don't worry, you can refer back to what we pasted in chat just now if you want to come back and get with exactly what we're doing. But as long as you leave the IDs and the class names and things alone, and everything is somewhat coherent, our JavaScript will still work with your modified HTML and CSS. All right. So with that, we are going to take a break. Let us know in chat if you have any questions or anything, and I'll try to type in chat on lunch if you guys have anything for us. Alrighty. And I'm going to
You're putting the weather back on?
Yep.
Yay.
All right. struggles with that transition, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Timer.
110?
110? Say no, it's really a lot less complicated than you're actually realizing it.
It's mostly just years of ruling practice.
These roads intersect, on each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you, like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home, but I know that home's where the heart is. Guess I'm better off this way, moving to better days, but I know that home's where the heart is. Home's where the heart is. The endless journey, I need not worry. I'll get where I'm going. I made it this far, beyond where you are, and I'll keep on growing. I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you, like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home, but I know that home's where the heart is. Guess I'm better off this way, moving to better days, but I know that home's where the heart is. dope sounds bumping in a stereo. Kicking ass fast, putting on a show. Don't wanna get yourself together, there's no time to rest. And if you put the time in, he'll put you to the test. He's like a running man, in his world war is less. And if you wanna test him, best bring your best. Don't make me spell it out, bring your best. In this world, where life is strong. In this world, life's an open book. In this world, where compromise does not exist. In his world of rules, every step meets the rest. In this world, where one is all. In this world, never fear the fall. In this world, where compromise does not exist. His world of rules, every step meets the rest. Running it back again, well, what'd you expect? Coming out to win 10 out of 10. Got a real rough neck. Spikes up his livery and straps on his shoes. Cause he's the best there ever was, haven't you heard the news? Intergalactic continental champ, running things. Hyperactive, instrumental in pulling strings. He is the one who understands when the tides will swing. So he's breaking down doors, never far away. Come on and psych yourself up, cause it's time to play. Bounce to the beats and the rhymes, cause they're here to stay. The one and only marathon man, living the day. Rolling up, coming fast, and they'll blow you away. Because the pressures of this world, they can take their toll. And it's tough to get away when they take a hold. The only way to break free is to break the mold. You can't stop now, rock and roll. Don't stop now, come on, rock and roll. In this world, gotta make your own where life is strong. In this world, life is just a game you play. Life's an open book. In this world, where compromise does not exist. His world of rules Give me a signal. Give me a signal. Give me a signal, show me a sign that there is a life force within you and I. 'Cause all of the love's gone, but I'm gonna try to find a way through to you on the other side. Just give me a signal. Can you get me home? Or will you lead me to another place before I overload? Back into the mess of all our broken ways. So can you feed me with that signal and pull me to where you stand? Or is this feeling on the brink of coming to the end? Just give me a signal. Give me a signal. Give me a signal. Show me a sign that there is a life force within you and I. 'Cause all of the love's gone, but I'm gonna try to find a way through to you on the other side. Give me a signal. Show me the light. Somewhere in your eyes is a place that you hide. 'Cause all of the love's gone, but I'm gonna try to find a way through to you on the other side. Just give me a signal. Give me a signal, show me a sign. Give me a signal, show me the light.
just a moment, boys and girls. Stand by for this one.
Yeah.
All right, and we are back, boys and girls. All right, I hope you guys got something to eat because we didn't. We are still waiting on our lunch to arrive, but for the greater good, we're just going to continue on. You'll have to forgive us if the camera goes off when we take turns eating from this point. All right, so really quick, let's review what we've done so far. We're not going to go in a super in-depth review here. We just want to kind of give you an idea on where we are at so far, if you are either just joining the stream, or if you haven't quite caught up yet, or you just are kind of lost, which perfectly understandable. All right, so let's have a look at our code. So what we did, we created our head with our title. Like we said, that actually determines what's going up here whenever you're creating a web app. Close that, and then everything is wrapped in a body tag. As you can see, we click up there at the top, it is underlined down here at the bottom. So all of everything that's on this entire page is wrapped within the HTML body tag. Once we've done that, we go to our div container, and that is actually wrapping up everything that you see in the gray. So this gray is actually our container div. That's all wrapped up into one, and we did that on purpose. And then we actually have the banner, which is this area right here. It's kind of an invisible box that contains our image and our kind of title card here for our application. If you look, you can actually see, here's the ending tag here. So all of this stuff, including our begin button, our once you begin, you have 2 minutes, all that good stuff. How well you know your Pokemon, our image and all of that is wrapped in our banner. So everything down to about right here, actually, is wrapped within that. Then we created another div that holds our count and our invisible view list. So if we had items in here, if it will appear, there we go. So our invisible box will appear right here, and there will be items within that box that we're going to manipulate with JavaScript when we add them by adding things in our submit box. All right. So hopefully that makes a little more sense of things if you were a bit lost. And from there, we just have our our submission form with our form name input and our submit button, which is here. This is basically a submission form, but those are both disabled by default so that players in our little game here can't actually enter anything until the timer starts. But first, we're going to have to create this whole timer. So how the heck do we do that, you wonder? Well, actually, before we get into that, you can see our CSS here has changed our color, our font type, some basic things such as background. I don't think that's too terribly difficult to get. It's fairly self-explanatory. If you do have any questions about it, feel free to ask in chat, and we will try our best to break that down. I think Lauren did an excellent job of breaking down our CSS. All right. So now let's get into the really, really fun stuff, boys and girls. And that is going to be our JavaScript. All right. So if you've never worked with JavaScript before, it's going to be a little difficult for you to understand things. So rather than go straight into coding, we're going to go back to our slideshow, actually, because I almost forgot that we actually had a slideshow for this. So let's go over to our slideshow and present. All right. So JavaScript, what the heck is it?
Well, so JavaScript is the actual programming language that adds the functionality to our HTML. So it's what's controlling everything in like behind the curtain sort of thing. So it's anything that we want to happen on our web page that's going to be reactive or dynamic is going to be done with JavaScript for the most part. So we can add JavaScript similarly to how we would add CSS on a page. You can't do inline, but you can use a script tag to add an internal JavaScript section, or you can also do the same with CSS like we did before and add an external JavaScript, which is what we're going to be doing here as well.
That's right.
And that also uses the script tag to reference it.
Right. So like she said, if you're in your HTML, you want to add a little bit of JavaScript, then you're going to use the script tags like you would use the style tags if you wanted to add CSS. If it's all going to be a single page, deal. Single page app, I guess would be the word I'm looking for here. All right, so displaying output. So the way that this is normally referred to is, well, actually, this is going to be more than manipulating a DOM. So let's just go over this. This is actually kind of written backwards. That's my fault. But the first thing that you're going to be doing in JavaScript whenever you're first learning the language is you're going to be using console.log quite a lot. And that's going to display whatever you're trying to find out to the console of the browser. So if you type in console.log and then inside the parentheses you type in 2 plus 2, your console will return 4. If you declare a variable, which we'll talk about in a second, if you declare a variable called x and set it equal to 2, and you type in the console x plus 5, then you'll return 7.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about console, that'd be like what we saw in the web browser earlier, where he was showing the console. Each web browser has a console in a different place, so you can find F12 will usually be the shortcut to bring it up, no matter which one you're using. But yeah, that's where you would actually see any output by JavaScript. Right.
And the console is invaluable for debugging, for figuring out what's going to happen before you actually make any changes. You need to be using your console religiously, really with any programming language, to figure out what kind of output you're going to be getting, to figure things out, to debug. It is one of your most valuable resources. And in our little IDE that we're going to be using, the console will be at the bottom. In most IDEs, such as VS Code or Visual Studio, it'll also be there in a tab. There's also a window.alert, or just the alert function. And that'll actually display what you put in parentheses in an alert box on the web page. So you can write just a simple string of text. You can have variables. You can type out a math equation, 5 plus 5. It'll alert 10. Things like that. It works just like the console, except it pops up in an annoying little window right on your browser page.
If you've ever been to a site that said, like, you're the 1 millionth visitor or something, that's probably what it was using for that. If it was a simple looking one.
Yeah, I think they get a little more creative with the alerts and make them jump around and make the X super tiny.
Yeah.
It's the worst. And coincidentally, our app is going to have an output of a window alert.
Oh boy, it just gets more and more fun.
It actually works for this, though.
Okay.
All right. We also have document.write, which will actually write to the HTML. I don't see this one used quite as much. It does have certain uses. We won't be using it here, but just know that it does exist. And one of the more common ones that we will be using in this one, along with a couple of other methods of what's called manipulating the DOM, is inner HTML. And we're going to show you how to actually use that. You can't just say inner HTML equals something. We're going to show you exactly what to do to make changes to our HTML, our CSS, and all. using JavaScript, which is part of what inner HTML will do. And that'll add some elements on the HTML as well. All right. So this is extremely important. If you are not paying attention at this very moment, you need to start, because data types are extremely important. Maybe not as much in JavaScript, but in most coding, they are one of the most important parts of the entirety of doing what you do. So JavaScript is a weakly typed. Is it weakly typed, or it's just not strongly typed?
JavaScript don't care. That's all I know.
JavaScript don't care. Yeah. So JavaScript does not really care what your data type is when you're returning, or what your method evaluates to. But other languages that are strongly typed, such as C++, C#, they do care. They are what's called strongly typed. And you'll have to make sure that any function that you create returns the correct data type, or you will receive an error. It will not compile. Your code will not run.
Now, that's not to say that it doesn't matter, because it definitely does matter.
It matters a lot.
The only reason we say JavaScript doesn't care is you don't have to tell JavaScript explicitly what data type your variable is. It will recognize it for you. It kind of automatically does that. The difference is, like, that's the difference, really. That's it. It matters. It matters both ways. Like, you're still going to be returning a specific data type, and it is important that you know which data type you are returning regardless. Exactly.
All right. So we have several data types here. The first one that you might notice is number, and that's going to be one of your more common data types. That's just 1, 2, 3, 4, etc.
Also called integer.
Yes, also called integer. Although in JavaScript, does JavaScript differentiate between the two?
No, that's shoot. Which one was that does? I don't remember which one it is, because it comes up in the interviews a couple of times with people that have experience.
I believe there is
with it.
small ints.
Yeah, there's smalls too
big
and
int?
stuff like that, but that's not in JavaScript as far as I know. It's just like integers, that's it.
Gotcha. So for our purposes,
JavaScript don't care.
JavaScript don't care. JavaScript don't. I'm not going to finish that stuff. We'll start off with numbers. So anytime that there's a number in JavaScript, just know that that data type will evaluate to a number. A string is anything, including numbers, that is wrapped in quotation marks. For example, text or example. You can use double quotations or single quotations. You can also write a sentence, wrap it in double quotations, and then use a single quotation within it, and it will evaluate just the same. This is very important. We will be using this a bit later. Just make sure that anytime you want something to come out as a string, you want it to come out just like that. You wrap it in quotation marks, and remember that numbers do not evaluate to numbers if they are wrapped. Neither will variables either. So we'll show you how to combine variables and strings for outputs. Booleans, they're a funny sounding one, but you won't forget them because there's only two things they can be, true or false, 0 or 1, the most basic of all data types in all of coding.
Probably the most important. I mean, really, it's like the basis
Honestly.
of computing. It's on or off. It's the switches. That is
Exactly.
a Boolean. So
The Booleans are extremely important. And remember earlier when we were talking about the disabled tag, whether or not we could make it true or false, by just manipulating the exclamation point in front. That would make it a bool value of disabled. So what that means is, whenever you put disabled as a property in that, it looks for, okay, is disabled flagged as true or is it flagged as false? That's how that is going to be read. So there's a bool value that is being returned there for the HTML to understand, if that makes sense.
and it sounds like a diet TV dinner for ghosts.
I've never heard that. That was a good one.
I just thought of it like just now. Like, wow, why didn't I ever think of that before?
I should probably have our cameras on right now. Oh man! Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and do that while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, go lean with Boo Lean.
Or that's what would be the ghost version of what's the who
Like
who
Lean
sings
Cuisine or
Jolene?
something? Oh, like Dolly Parton?
Dolly Parton. Well, the ghost version of Dolly Parton, Boolene. Anyway, before we get too far off track, we also have objects, which actually I don't believe objects or arrays are technically data types. They're not well, they are data types. That is wrong.
are.
They are not primitive data types.
Yeah.
Primitive data types are number, string, boolean, undefined, and null. Now, an object, this is a little more difficult to grasp sometimes for some people, but essentially, an object is key value pairs wrapped in brackets. For example, a person, that is a variable person, they have a name that is Bob and an age of 20. Those are properties of the person object. That is no longer just a person variable. It is a variable, don't get me wrong, but it is a data type of object. So if you have a variable dog and it has legs 4 and color blonde, those are properties of the dog object. You can also have properties of properties. I believe there's a proper term for that.
Sub-properties? I don't know.
No, I'm
Or
not sure.
Something like that.
But you can have legs 4 and you can have a subproperty of that. So like paw pads brown or something like that. You can get very complex with objects, and object-oriented programming is really the basis of most JavaScript. Actually, most modern programming is object-oriented.
Yep.
All right. Excuse me. Then we have arrays. Arrays are very important. We'll be using these a lot. You will get very familiar with these before the end of the day today. That is an indexed list of values wrapped in square brackets. For example, you have a variable called array, or ARR, and that is sequential numbers from 1 to 5 wrapped into brackets. They always start at index 0. So what that means, you have an array of these numbers. Arrays always start at 0. So index 0 of ARR, of R, is 1. Index 1 is actually 2. So if I were to ask you, what is index 4 of R, that's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Index 4 is actually the number 5. Keep that in mind. I know that's a little strange. You know, it's a weird concept, but just remember indexes always start at 0 in pretty much everything in programming. So keep that in mind whenever we are referencing them, because we are going to be referencing positions in arrays quite a lot throughout this project, or rather indexes of arrays.
Actually, I like to think of arrays kind of as like a simplified object, because you're not defining the key value pairs. The key is already there, you just define the values for each. The key starts at 0 automatically. Right. And goes to n or whatever.
That's an interesting way of putting it. All right. We also have undefined, which is a variable that is declared, but is not given any value. So if you were to type just variable ARR, variable R, but nothing else, well, you've initiated that variable, but it has no value, so it is undefined.
It'd be like introducing yourself and just saying, I have a name, and just not giving anything else.
Right?
Like, Anne?
That sounds like something you might do.
Maybe.
And finally, we have null as an assignable value that represents no value. Goodness. So that is basically just a something that is assignable but has no value whatsoever. All right. We have our operators as well. You want to go through some of these, Lauren?
Oh yeah, so these are super fun, and this is like, oh gosh, that actually looks kind of confusing because you have the dashes there that look like more minus signs.
That is super confusing.
But anyway, so we're just don't think about the second dash there. Like, just imagine that doesn't exist. So so we just got the first. Oh wait, we're on the second one. Okay, yeah. So we've got assignment. Assignment is always going to be the equals. So equals. If you see a single equal, that's always going to be an assignment, which is saying this is equal to this. So you're taking one variable and giving it the value of another variable, or you're taking a value and giving it to it. Either way, it's going to be taking this thing and telling it that it is now this thing.
Right. So if you're creating a variable, so like we said, if you assign x to 2, so you would say var for variable x single equals 2. That is assigning variable x the value of 2, is all that is saying.
That also goes for null, though. You can also assign something a null value. So, like, if you wanted to have, like, an empty string or something, you could just give it 2 empty quotation marks, and it'd be a null string.
Right. You can assign a bunch of different things, actually. You can assign variables to become other variables, which we actually do in the project. You can assign it to be just all kinds of crazy, just weird things. You can assign it to be a full, like, paragraph-long sentence of some more if you want to. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. Just know that single equals means you're assigning a value to something.
And then we've got addition and subtraction, of course. They're going to be, like, normally used with, like, numbers, so just like you're used to in, like, basic maths, you have, 2 plus 3 is equal to 5 or whatever. So if you want to say, like, variable x is equal to 2 plus 3, then x is now equal to 5. However, addition can also be used for concatenation. If you've ever worked in Excel, with Excel spreadsheets, you're probably familiar with the word concatenate. So that would involve, like, combining strings or strings and numbers or strings and, like, pretty much anything together. So usually concatenation is involved with adding strings together. So you could have a string and then a plus another string and make that equal to a variable, and it'll actually turn that into a complete sentence. Subtraction the same. Multiplication and exponentiation blah, 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 are so multiplication, of course, usually for numbers. Actually, I can't think of a situation where you wouldn't use that for numbers, honestly. Same with division. Exponentiation is also only going to be really used for numbers. If you're not familiar with exponents, just like be like 2 to the power of 4 or whatever. The modulus, or division, so that'll divide, but it'll also give a remainder if it doesn't divide cleanly. And then these two are really important: the increment and decrement or decrement operators. Those are used very, very commonly, especially when we're dealing with loops, which I don't know, are we going over that at all?
Yes, I did actually add one in because I forgot to add one in originally.
Awesome. Okay, so yes, we will definitely be using those. So that would be like if you had a variable, say like x is equal to 1, and you wanted to increment that 1. So you would say x plus plus. Then if you try to console log for the value of that x, then it would now be 2. So it added 1 to it. And anytime we do an increment and decrement, it's generally a plus or minus 1.
Right. You can also do a plus equals at the bottom here. Mm-hmm. You can do a plus equals, so plus equals 3, so you increment by 3 or increment by 5 or 10 or whatever you want to do. If you don't want to do just a plus 1, but most commonly we'll be doing plus and minus 1.
And that also, if you're using the addition assignment one instead of just an increment and decrement, so increment and decrement do only work for plus or minus 1. But if you're using addition assignment, you don't just have to be limited to numbers. You can actually use that addition assignment to also concatenate strings and other things too. So that's another thing to keep in mind.
Alrighty. We have a couple more operators here. These are very important. So you need to know the difference between the double equals and the triple equals in JavaScript.
Oh, yes.
They are highly important. So pay attention here. So the double equals, that is a comparison operator. So if you say 5 is equal to 5, that's a true statement. So that's going to evaluate to true. When you use double equals, you can also say something like 5 is equal to 5 in quotation marks. Since it does not take count into a type for a double equals comparison operator, then that will evaluate to true. However, the same statement, if you use the triple equals, will not evaluate to true because it takes type into account. So you need to remember that. If you have two values that evaluate to essentially the same thing, but they come out as a different type, and you need them to be strictly the same type, then you need to use triple equals. This helps avoid errors. There's a lot of situations where you probably need to use this instead of double equals. It just keeps things cleaner, and it essentially makes your statement into a strongly typed argument.
Forces it into. The double equal thing, like, just keep that in mind. Double equal and triple equal are the comparison ones. Just single equal is not. It's an assignment one. So that can be a bit confusing, especially if you have like a mathematical background like I do. It took me a little while to get used to that one because I just want to say like, okay, well 1 equal to 1, that's fine, right? That's going to evaluate to true. No, you're assigning that, trying to assign it, and you're going to end up with errors. So yeah, it's only double or triple for comparisons.
Right. The way that I remember it is single equals means this equals this. 2 equal signs. The double equal means this is equal to this, you know, as in comparing, this is equal. And the 3 is this is strictly equal to.
So it'd be like, this is equal. Is this equal? And is this really equal?
Essentially.
That's kind of like all 3.
Alrighty. So we also, speaking of equality, not equal is the exclamation point equals. You can also use the exclamation point. I believe there is a name for that actual operator. I cannot remember it off the top
Logical
of my head.
not.
Oh, yeah, logical not. Thank you.
Found it.
You can also use that in front of certain, you know, evaluations or variables or whatever to just say this is not true or whatever.
Pretty much anything that would evaluate to a Boolean.
Right. There's also, obviously, greater than or less than, pretty self-explanatory. You're going to be using those quite a lot. You also have greater than or equal to and less than or equal to. Those are very important distinctions because 5 is greater than 5 is a false statement, but 5 is greater than or equal to 5 is a true statement. You also have your logical and, that's your double ampersands there. Points for remembering that to myself, thank you. But that just basically means both of these statements have to be, or evaluate to true.
Wait, you don't just call them squiggly dudes?
Squiggly dudes. My son might. Or my daughter might, actually. That would be more of a her thing. So you use and for both statements have to be true. You use your... I don't know what those are actually called on the keyboard.
Bars?
Bars, lines.
Bars.
The vertical lines, the double vertical lines there, that is a logical or. So both statements don't have to be true. One of them has to be true. So if you have 2 statements on either side of your ampersands here, this has to be true and this has to be true. If you use your logical or, this has to be true or this has to be true. And we already talked about our logical not here.
I'll just call those wonky dudes since the other ones are squiggly dudes.
Wonky dudes.
Yeah.
All right. So tell us a little bit about JavaScript functions.
Rightio. So functions are like your bread and butter of JavaScript. That's what holds your code. They are what carries that code to accomplish a task. And the reason why we want to put them in a function is so that we have them in these little compartments that we can call upon anytime we need them. It's like taking a set of things that we want to do and putting them in a box, and we put another set of things we want to do and put them in a box, and we've got labels on each of them so we can grab which one we need when we want it. So you can invoke it with arguments as well. So if we want it to run with custom values, we can actually give it some values for it to process. And I'm sure we'll see that in our example as well. So yeah, the syntax is going to be just you type the word function, and then you type whatever the name of the function, whatever name you're going to give the function. That can be pretty much anything, but generally you'll see the preferred syntax is going to be camel case, which is lowercase, and then any new word after that first one is going to be starting with uppercase. And then you'll have parentheses. You can leave those parentheses blank if you don't have any parameters that you want to insert, but if you are passing parameters to it, then you would include those there, separated by a comma. And then just start your curly braces and in curly braces and put your code in that.
Right. And we will talk about like how to use parameters, but generally speaking, you will use this syntax. You will say function, your function name. My function doesn't have to be named that. You can say function squiggly do, squiggly diddly do. Say you don't want to pass any parameters, so you just leave those blank. You don't need to in most. And then inside the brackets, it's going to execute this code when this function is called. So if anywhere else in your code you call the function squiggly diggly do, and you want it to print if you want it to print the word squiggly diggly do to the console, then you'll have console log squiggly diggly do in quotations inside of there. And every time that is called, it will print squiggly diggly do. Hopefully that's a little easier to understand.
Also, the example I just kind of came up with, well, we have a wasp. Hey, buddy. It would be like if you're going to like a dry cleaner or something, the parameters are the clothing that you're giving to the dry cleaner, which is the function to process, and then it's returning the finished clothes using the code in there. I don't know, that was just like the first thing I could think of for some reason, but anyway. So
It was not a bad analogy.
So if you want to actually grab that box to use or call that function, then you would just, you don't have to use the function keyword again, you just use the name of the function that you've given it, and then you give it the parameters that it requires. So give it the money or clothes that it needs to process its request.
Right.
And don't forget the semicolon.
Exactly, yeah. Do not forget those semicolons. They are way too important. So there's also conditional statements. You can use those within functions, outside of functions, execute a function if the condition equals XYZ, whatever you want to have it do. So you can use those to run any block of code based on a condition being met. So if a condition is true, run code. Else, if a condition is false, run this code instead. Else if a previous condition is false and the current condition is true, run this code instead. And we also have switch statements, which we're not going to cover in our code, but that has several conditions of one run when one matches the condition. And here we are with loops. These are notoriously difficult for beginners to get, but they're really not that difficult. So loops, they allow you to run code continuously until a condition is no longer met. When that condition is false, it will exit the loop. For loops will allow you to define all conditions within the loop itself and then run some kind of code continuously. So with a for loop, you'll have for, statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, execute some code. And if that makes absolutely no sense to you, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't get that either if I was just looking like, what do you mean by statement 1, statement 2? What is this?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So your first statement, technically speaking, it is optional. It initializes a variable to iterate. For example, var I equals 0. So for I starts off as 0. Okay, fair enough. Statement 1. Statement 2, required. The condition that needs to be met in order to continue running the loop. For example, I is less than 10. So, for I begins at 0. As long as I is less than 10, and then you add your iterator to increment and decrement the iterable variable, for example, I++, which is the most common. So basically what this means is, for loop, I starts off at 0. As long as I is less than 10, add 1 to I and run this code, essentially. So once it runs this code, it then checks again. Okay, I has had 1 added to it, I now equals 1 instead. Well, as long as it's less than 10, we're going to run it again. Okay, now it equals 2. Well, we're going to run it again. Now it equals 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and when it hits 10, well, it's no longer less than 10 now, is it? So it does not run and the code stops. That is essentially how exactly how a loop is going to work.
So it'd be like if you start with, so you're saying like if you have like a jar and it can only fit 10 marbles, tops, and you got like 11 marbles or something, and for each marble you can put in there, you get a cookie. So you get to eat a cookie. So we're starting with I equals 0. So you get to eat a cookie no matter what. And then you get to start putting marbles in. And every time you put a marble in, you get to eat another cookie. But only until it gets to 9, because it's only until I is less than 10. And then you still have marbles, and you don't get any more cookies. So, yeah.
That's a sad example. There are also for in and for of loops that are used to iterate through objects and arrays more easily. We're not going to be going over those. Those are a bit more advanced. And like I said, we're just trying to get the basics here. You can definitely explore a lot of these things. We're going to give you some resources like W3 Schools to look further into some of these things. And we highly recommend that you do once you get a hold of the basics. But we don't want to drown you too fast. I'm sure we're already doing a great job of that. All right. So now we have while loops. They'll accomplish the same goal as for loops, except with a little bit different syntax. There are while loops and do while loops. These are very important. The distinction between the two is very important. So a while loop is written as while condition is true, run this code. And do while loops, I keep trying to scroll down. Do while loops are do some code while the condition is true. The big difference, and this is a very important difference, is that the do while loop will always run at least one time, even if the condition is false. And sometimes you need this to happen. So make sure if you're going to use do while or while loops that you understand the difference and you know that your code, how your code is actually going to be working. You know, if you need it to run once and then not run if something is false, then that's fine. Otherwise, use while.
It'd be like saying, like, while I still have Oreos in this row in the Oreo packet, I'm gonna keep eating Oreos until they're gone.
Right.
But with like the do while loop, you could start eating them off that and realize, oh no, there aren't even any in the first place, and then it fails because you're trying to do the thing and you can't do the thing.
That's a great analogy. So like you got a whole package of Oreos, right? And you say I'm going to eat one sleeve of Oreos.
Never happens.
So do eat Oreo while you get the idea. All right, boys and girls, we are going to be going back to our CodePen app. Hopefully you still have yours open. If you do not, check the link that we posted in the actual chat here. And if you're watching this later on, if you're watching the VOD, I will post it in the description so you can continue on with us. Because we are about to do the JavaScript version of our little Pokemon app, our fancy smancy little Pokewoki appy.
I'm about to get some soup.
It's good soup. All right. And let me pull this up here. All right. So before we get really heavily started with this stuff, I want to show you a couple of things about how this IDE actually works. So you're going to want to bring up the console here. Down here at the bottom left, there is a option to bring up console. So if you want to console log something, say 2 plus 2, then that's going to return 4 and undefined. What is undefined? I don't know. There's something it's trying to return that's undefined. But you get the idea. That's console logging 2 plus 2. We're going to be using this kind of thing quite often. If you want to clear your console, there's a clear button right there. If you want to get rid of it, there's an X. Or you can just drag it down. But you're going to want to have that up. I want to show you guys really quickly how to actually create a function that does literally anything. So let's say we create a function and we're going to name it Ghibli Boop. I was starting with Jigglypuff and then just Ghibli Boop came up. And we also have to have our thing there. All right. So that's how you initiate a function. That's how you start a function. Well, what the heck do you actually do? Okay, so say every time that this function is called, we want to Ghibli Boop with a bunch of exclamation points. So every time that is called, we want the console to log Ghibli boop. And we get some console errors in there while we're running code. That's just because it's saying, hey, it's incomplete, whatever. So if we actually call that function in our console, then it's actually going to return Ghibli boop.
But also undefined.
And undefined. I'm not sure why it's returning undefined, actually. We'll have to debug that. So that's how you create the most basic of basic functions. Interestingly enough, you can also call a function, excuse me, from within another function. So, we'll call this function boop. Uh-oh. Oh goodness, we have 2 whole functions going on here. So now when we call the boop function, it will actually invoke Ghibli boop. We can also pass arguments to Ghibli boop. So if we want to pass an argument, we'll say, say we want to have a secret passphrase that that executes within Ghibli boop. So we'll just say,
And that doesn't have to be in quotations?
nope, because we're actually calling the argument. So whatever the argument is called as is going to actually appear here. So we're going to console log whatever we pass in as passphrase. So say we call the function boop, we have it call Ghibli boop. Ghibli boop. This is way harder than it has to be. Ghibli booper. All right. So now when we call function boop, actually, let's see.
You could give it another one.
Yeah. So we just call boop, and that actually passes password 1 in as the argument for passphrase. So that's calling Ghibli boop with password 1 taking place of passphrase, wherever passphrase is used as a variable within that function, right? We can also manually pass through different ones. So if we call something dumb, it'll actually pass that argument through and return it like it should. And that's on a very basic level how arguments and functions work. That's the very base or simple low-level version, high-level version, whatever you want to say, of the whole thingamabobber. Okay? Now, let's get into something slightly more complex, why don't we? All right. So we are actually going to wrap all of our JavaScript in something called an IIFE. And what that is an immediately invoked function expression. And this is going to stop there from bringing any global variables throughout our code. And actually, that needs to be on the outside of here. So that's basically an anonymous function. This function has no name, and it is wrapped in parentheses here. And it is executed as soon as our page loads. So that's why it's called immediately invoked function expression. It contains all of our variables and everything within the function that expresses at the beginning of our runtime, and keeps there from being as much or as many manipulatable variables and stuff like that. It's kind of a security thing.
Is this fairly new? Because I remember there being like page load functions you could set up and like initialization function you could define, but I don't think I've ever used it this way.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of different ways to accomplish the same task. This is just the one that I'm familiar with and what was used originally in this code. So I'm kind of sticking with it. So everything is kind of wrapped in that. You don't have to do this; it's not required. but it's probably not a bad practice for what we're doing. That doesn't mean that it's going to be applicable for every single set of JavaScript, but the reason we're doing it is because we're trying to avoid as many global variables as possible. It's just a scope thing. And we'll discuss a little more about scope as we go along. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to create some constant variables that are not going to change, or at least that we're going to be using throughout the rest of our code, right? So the most obvious one, well, if we're going to be trying to get the original 151 Pokemon correct in a time limit, then we need a variable that contains, well, all 151 Pokemon. So we're doing this the old school way. And we're not going to sit here and type out this entire thing, but essentially what we are doing is we are going to create an array of all original 151. So we're going to start with Bulbasaur and go all the way to Mewtwo. And just so you know, when we do it this way, say we have item 2, when we do it this way, it's exactly the same as if we were doing it this way.
Yeah, JavaScript don't care.
Yeah, it's the exact same format. The enters and spacing and everything don't matter so much. This is simply a matter of making things look nice, pretty, and neatly wrapped up. But here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to copy our entire list here, and I'm going to paste it excuse me, in our nice happy little variable right here. And I'm going to do the same for you guys because I do care about your mental health. And if I can find our chat.
Oh no, I was wrong. It wasn't Mewtwo, it was Mew. That's the last one.
Right.
Shoot.
So you should be able to copy paste. Uh-oh, that's going to be a little bit too long. So let's see. Be a little bit long for our space there. That's also too long. Oh, we have a 200 character limit. Oof. Okay. Is there a paste bin?
They do already have access to it, right?
What's that?
So they can fork it.
Oh wait, yeah, they have access to the one that we're working on.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll actually hit save this pin, and you can work from where we're at now without having to type out the entire thing. It'll save you a decent amount of time, especially since we just started with the actual JavaScript. And that's going to be found in our in the chat for our YouTube here. All right. So, what we didn't really talk about, we did talk about what variables were and how to initiate them, but we kept saying to say var, like var equals x. Well, what's the difference between var and const? And there's also something called let. Well, there's some significant differences actually. So you want to tell us what the difference is between var, let, and const while I type some of this stuff up?
It's all about scope. Scope again, really.
Scope.
For some of it. So var is kind of like the default, like the OG one. It's the one you use most often. It's available throughout your code once you initialize it, meaning creating it. A constant is also globally available across all of your functions, really, as long as you pass it into them, or even if you don't. Actually, now that I think about it, you can reference it from pretty much anywhere in your JavaScript document. However, the difference between var and const is that const is a constant. Once you set a value for it, or in our case, a list of values, they can't be changed at all. They're solid. But if you declare it as a var, then it can be changed. You can alter it all you want. Now, the third one, let, that one is generally, we use let a lot whenever we're working with loops or something where we are declaring a variable, but we won't need to use the variable outside of the loop or anything. Or, yeah, that's usually the most common reason for us using that. But let only exists within the scope it's declared. Meaning, if I usually like to remember that if you declare let within the brackets, it doesn't exist outside of the brackets. So if you have like a function in this JavaScript function set, and you've declared a variable as let, and then you try to use that same variable outside of it, it will say it's undefined. When you compile it, it will not recognize it as existing.
Right. So if we go outside of this function and try to invoke any of these, or say we create a variable called, we'll create a test variable and set it equal to just something random. Within this function, since this is outside of this whole thing, that's going to be that's going to be higher up in scope, and you're going to be able to access that. So, I don't know. But you won't be able to access these outside of that. So, say, entry list. Trying to figure out something that we could do with one of these.
You could say it's kind of like cascading, like, in a sense. It works a little bit like cascading style sheets.
Right. So you're not going to be able to access that outside, but say you want to set test equal to 0, something like that. I believe you should be able to, that should be in scope, right? I'm not sure how IIFEs actually handle scope, to be honest with you.
Oh no, usually if I'm doing any variables outside or anywhere outside of functions or in different functions, I'm using var. I don't use let outside of anything that's not in brackets. Just
Gotcha.
kind of my own little best practice.
Gotcha. Making myself look like a scrub here because I totally forgot how that scope is a pain, man. All right, but we'll definitely get into that as we're doing our functions. So let me explain what actually is going on here with our variables. So we know we need a variable that contains all the OG Pokemon, and we have that. It's a constant that cannot be changed, that will never be changed. We're going to have our entry list. This is going to be the list of Pokemon that we actually type into our little text box here whenever we are starting the timer. We know that's going to be empty. We're going to be manipulating that with JavaScript, but we want to go ahead and have that declared so we can manipulate it later.
Mm-hmm. So that's another example of null, because it is
Exactly.
an empty bracket. So it is being declared with a data type. It is an array, but it's a null array, so it has no data.
Right. Or actually, I think it's just an empty array. Is that still null?
I think it would be, yeah.
Actually,
Because it's not undefined, that's for sure. It would only be undefined if you didn't give it any value at all.
let's find out.
Oh shoot, it isn't defined. Yee.
Oh wait, that's
Wait, you
probably
gotta-
outside of. Is that out of scope?
Yeah, actually.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's out of scope.
We'll find out.
I can change it to var and try it again.
Right. So we are also setting missing list to the OG Pokemon. The missing list is going to be the list of Pokemon that we did not get correct. So that's going to start off with all of the Pokemon. So we want it to equal the OG Pokemon, but this is going to be mutable or mutatable. So we can actually manipulate this list starting with the OG Pokemon without actually affecting the OG Pokemon at all. We're just affecting this list, and then we'll reset it to the OG Pokemons, reset it back equal to the beginning once it's reset.
Yeah. So it's like we're crossing them off as we go.
Right. We're also initiating some variables, but not setting them equal to anything. So these are just, what's the word again?
Which one?
All three of these. They're null.
What? Oh yeah, those are null. Yeah. I was like, wait, what? Hold up. I
Gotcha.
blanked for a second.
Yeah, so we're setting these variables up so they can be called, but they're not equal to anything, have no data type, no nothing. But they will be usable later. That's good for when you have multiple functions that are going to be using something similar, but maybe take different inputs. So you have name inputs for...
Wait, those are undefined, not null. Sorry.
Are they
They
defined?
haven't, because they haven't been defined.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You are
I was
correct.
like, wait a second, no, I'm wrong.
We are also setting our count seconds and minutes to 0 by default. Those are assigned a number. Those are not null or undefined. Those are 0. There is a difference. We've been doing this for way too long now.
Starting to second guess ourselves.
I know, right? Neither of us, full disclosure, neither of us specialize in JavaScript either.
Or do what?
I said neither of us specialize in JavaScript either.
Well, yeah, not specialized really. I use it constantly though.
Oh yeah. All right. So now that we have those, we got to think about the rest of our requirements. So we know our requirements. We're going to have to begin the countdown when the go button is pressed. The countdown must start from 2 minutes. It's going to have to stop running and reset once the timer is up. The countdown must display remaining minutes and seconds in the DOM in real time. We must enable our text box and submit buttons while the timer is running and disable them when it is not. Those are important because we are going to have to enable and disable those. So let's set those equal to some variables here.
We're making a redstone repeater.
Essentially. So whenever you want to reference any element in your HTML, there are a couple of ways to do it. The most common one, or the one that I always use the most, is going to be the document.getElementById method. So let's show you how to do that. So say we want to reference our start button. You don't have to set it equal to variable, but that's what we're going to do to make things easy on ourselves. So we're going to name this start button, and we're going to reference it like dot get element. And keep in mind, this is camel case. This is required for this.
And that's another reason why you want to have an ID on anything that you're going to be manipulating with JavaScript and not just a class.
Exactly. So remember the begin button that we referenced in our actual HTML here? Right here. This button right here. That's going to be the one that's labeled Go. So anytime that we reference document.getElementById begin button, it references the item in our HTML with the ID of begin button. Make sure it's a hyphen, make sure it's the same case. It's got to be exactly the same, otherwise it will not work properly. So keep that in mind. This is how we manipulate the DOM. All right, and then we're going to do one for our form name submit and our clock items as well. So rather than going through, typing everything, because I am prone to errors here, we're just gonna copy paste from our pre-built solution. All right, and finally we have to have a countdown. So this is the amount of time that we're going to have to start with in this whole thing. We know we want a countdown of 2 minutes. Well, how the heck do you define 2 minutes in JavaScript? Well, you don't. You define in milliseconds. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So 2 minutes is 120 seconds. So 120 times 1,000 is 120,000. Very good, class. Excuse me.
Yeah, I always forget that. I always have to just convert it. You've got the
I
converters.
know. Don't feel bad if you have to Google how to convert milliseconds, because we all forget. All right, so that's going to be our countdown start. So what are we going to start first? Well, the first thing that we need our actual little web app here to do, well, we need the go button to do something, right? So let's work on that. And when we press the go button, what we want to happen is we want the timer to start. So let's name this function timer start. Oh, camel case. Make sure you do it in camel case. Initiate your function, and make sure you have your closing brackets here. So within this function, we're going to have a couple more variables that we're going to declare, or rather, we're going to set some pre-existing ones to new values. So we know that the countdown is set to 120,000 by default, but what if it's at 0? Well, if the countdown is at 0 and we want to go again, we want to restart the clock, we want it to be set again to 120,000. So, is that camel case? No, it's not camel case. That's a weird case. I don't know if it should be camel case or not.
Nah.
So we're going to set that to 120,000. We're not creating a new variable. See, we're setting an existing variable to this value. If we were to set this to 0, even if that was set to 0 by default, when we press the go button, countdown will be set to 120,000 no matter what when that button is started. Keep that in mind. That's going to be important. These little things like this will make or break an entire function. All right. So what happens whenever we press the go button other than the clock starting? Well, we know that we need to have our text box become active. So we're going to have to reference that. So for ease of use, I like to set all of my document.getOn by IDs, everything like that, to variables. And we have already created a name input variable up here that we can use. So we're just going to set it equal to our form name input. But say we didn't set an ID for our form name input. Well, how the heck do we get a hold of it? Well, I'm glad you asked.
How do you do it?
Actually, let me make sure that our form name input is correct in. Yes, we did not put a class on that. I thought there was a reason I had that. All right, so say in our form name input here, we had a class, but we didn't have an ID. But we're gonna have both. But I want to do a thing. All right. All right. Inputs. There we go. So say we want to reference it by class. We don't know the ID of it, or we don't have access to the HTML or something along those lines. But we want to reference it still. Well, we can reference it by its class by using query selector. And query selector allows you to use CSS Markdown to excuse me, to reference an item in your DOM. So we would do that the same way that we do get element by ID, just a little bit different. Oop.
So you
Not like that.
Oops.
Query selector.
We're missing a U.
Carry selector. I swear it's the keyboard, I promise. So we know it has a class of form name input. So we're going to do our hash, which stands for class in CSS markup. And that is going to reference our form name input class. All right. So what else do we do in this? We're going to have to change these. We're going to change these boxes to be active if the countdown is not equal to 0. If the countdown is greater than 0, then these need to be active. Is kind of the thought process we're having. As long as the counter's running, we need this to happen. Pardon me. Sorry about the coughs here. So how do we do that? I think the best way to do it would be.
Well, you've been saying if a lot, so I'm thinking like if countdown is we're gonna or you could do a well, it depends really on how you want to do it.
We'll do it this way. So if the countdown, and remember our countdown variable is referencing this right here. So if that is greater than 0, oops, then we need to do a thing. So if it is greater than 0, then our start button needs to be disabled, our form name submit needs to be enabled, and our name input needs to be enabled, right? So let's see how we do that. So remember we made start button, our document.getElement by ID begin button right here. That's going to be our little go button right here. So if that is greater than 0, then it needs to be disabled. So dot disabled. That's called dot notation in JavaScript.
Use it
And
a lot.
right. It is very important. That's a good way to identify a modifier of any given variable or any given DOM item. You use dot notation a lot in JavaScript.
It's also how you would get the value, like I was mentioning before, when we use the input type value instead. That's how you would actually retrieve the value to manipulate it.
Right. So if we were to console log our start button dot disabled, it would either return true or false. If we were to do it after this in console log start button dot disabled, it would return boolean and it would be true because this has set it to true. So we need to get our form name submit undisabled. Camel case. And that's going to be false. And our name input.
We got a my.
Hmm.
We got a my up there. The my submit.
All right. So these are actually not defined. Did I define those up there? Form name submit. Oh, I didn't actually put those on, did I? Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Interesting. Those should be referenceable, but they are.
Well, one of those is spelled wrong.
Form name. And you'll come across bugs like this all the time. It's just gonna happen. And let's see, did we name inputs?
You initialized it at top, but then defined it there in the function.
Oh, that's because we didn't camel case it. See, this is why a case is very important. So whenever you're in an IDE, if something doesn't appear the right color, you need to pay attention to that because that generally means that something is a little off, you know, and you will throw errors this way. So check your casing, check your spelling, check every little thing because you're going to be pulling your hair out when you discover, oh, I forgot an A or something in this entire thing, and it's shutting down my entire program.
That's one thing JavaScript does care about.
Right. So we're actually going to be using something called a method here. We've been using a couple of methods, like console.log is a JavaScript method, right? You okay? Okay. Console.log is a JavaScript method. Bless you.
Do.
But there are a lot of different methods. These are basically pre-made functions that are built into JavaScript to accomplish certain tasks. So we're actually going to be using one called setInterval. And we are also going to be doing something called setting a function to a variable. There's a name for that too. Equals. And that's going to be within that. All right. So what's actually going on here? So we're using the setInterval method to run the function contained in the variable timer. We're going to be having it run once every second. The setInterval function will run this. It takes an argument after setInterval for a number of milliseconds, and we'll set that milliseconds to equal 1,000, which will be how often this code needs to be run. So this code will run every 1,000 milliseconds on the dot once this external function is started. All right, so let's actually determine what's going to run every 1,000 milliseconds. Here we go. All right. So first, we need to convert our milliseconds to minutes and seconds so that we can actually display it properly on our minutes and seconds here, right? And if at any point you want to jump in, just let me know. So how the heck do we actually do that? Well, let's start off by declaring our variables. So let minutes equals some stuff here, and let seconds. Oh, good grief.
That's happened.
I know. For some reason, it just decided, hey, let's just make life difficult. Alright. So, how the heck do we actually convert milliseconds into minutes and seconds? Well, first of all, we're going to use something called MathFloor. It's not really required here, but it is something you need to know how to use. And it'll help keep you from coming across some really strange issues in the future. So MathFloor actually returns the largest integer less than or equal to a given number. This is good for avoiding decimals when you don't want them, like when you're counting minutes and seconds. You don't want decimals for seconds. Unless you're running like a super accurate stopwatch or something like that, but come on now.
So you're rounding, basically.
Right, you're basically rounding down. So how do we actually get a hold of our minutes and seconds for milliseconds? Well, like we said, milliseconds is equal to, or 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. Let's go ahead and do our seconds first. And did I type that wrong? I don't know. By the way, we're gonna need a colon or a semicolon right there. All right. So we're gonna take our countdown here, and that's gonna be 120,000. But whatever's left, we're gonna have our countdown, and we're going to find the remainder here. We're going to use our modulus or modulo operator. Do what?
Sounds like a fun supervillain name.
All right, modulo. And we're going to multiply 1,000 by 60 here. And stay with me, guys, because this is just a kind of a weirdly complicated way of doing things. But if you really look at it, you'll get it. But I promise you, there's a method. Literally. All right. So basically what's happening here is we're rounding down this entire expression right here. We're taking 120,000 and we're dividing it, or we're finding a remainder of 1,000 times 60 divided by 1,000. And that's going to end up returning how many minutes or how many seconds are left in our countdown here. And we're going to do the same with minutes, but minutes are going to be slightly different. And this is going to help us actually return something legible. And let me just grab that whole deal right there. All right. And we're actually just going to add an extra 60 there because there are 60 seconds in 1 minute. And don't worry, it'll work. I promise it will. It may not make a whole lot of sense when you're looking at it just now, but if you were to Google around and figure out, hey, how the heck do I convert milliseconds to minutes and seconds, you will find something very similar to this. This is just a very simple algorithm for how to accomplish that. And we're actually getting a warning here, so let's see what's going on. We're missing a
That one.
parentheses right here after our argument list. So set interval function. So looks like we are actually missing, yep, we are missing our parentheses after set interval. We gotta make sure we have that so it doesn't actually, what on earth?
Be after
After
that one.
after the curly bracket. Gotcha. All right. So whenever we calculate this, every time that it's calculated, we need to set our inner HTML to minutes and seconds equal to whatever's going on. Remember, this is going to be run. Everything within our set interval function here is going to be running every second. So every second, we're going to be updating the DOM with our new inner HTML value for clock. So dot inner HTML. Actually, that's supposed to be all caps. Equals.
It's one
Now,
of those outliers. from
Right.
the camel case. 'cause HTML
I know,
should
it's
just-
super weird.
acronyms, man.
So now we're going to be concatenating,
Concatenating.
concatenating, thank you, variables and strings. So we're actually going to have this return variables and strings combined. So the way that we do that, so we have our minutes variable, and we're going to add a bit of text here. Be sure to account for spaces, because we're going to return, say we're returning 2 minutes, it's going to be 2, and then nothing before or after, so we add our own space, min, and then we're going to add again and get our seconds. That's another variable, plus, don't forget to add your space, and sec. And that will actually return what's going on with the clock here. Now let's see if that actually does anything yet. Nope, nothing yet. So we gotta figure out what the heck to do with that, don't we? Well, first, we're gonna have to actually get our countdown running.
One click.
All right. So remember that this is running every 1,000 milliseconds every second. But so far, we don't have anything that's actually taking away from the total count. So it'll just kind of run forever and ever and ever and ever until there's just, until you just tell it to stop or it crashes. So every second, we need our countdown to go down by 1,000 milliseconds. And that's going to be our minus equals operator. So for every time this runs, countdown is going to lose 1,000 total milliseconds from the 120,000 there. Okay, well that's great and all, but what happens when countdown gets to 0? Well, it's just going to be negative. It's not going to do anything. It's just going to keep going negative forever and ever and ever, ad infinitum. So how the heck do we stop this whole thing? Well, remember, we're using something called set interval right here. And there is another built-in function of JavaScript called clear interval that will actually stop everything. So we're going to set a condition that clears interval if it is met. So if our countdown becomes less than 0, then we're going to execute this code, and that's going to be clear interval.
Wait, less than 0?
What's that?
Why less than 0?
Oh, as opposed to 0 itself?
Yeah, just like equals 0.
I had a reason for it. I can't remember exactly. Oh, I think it's because it gives it because when a second runs down, when you count down to 0 seconds, that's actually 0.009 seconds. So it gives it time for that second to actually run down and become a negative number, and it actually stops. It's just semantic reason. You don't have to do it like that, but I would say that's probably the more accurate way of doing things. All right, so that's going to clear the interval for timer, but we're also going to have a little message pop up, because when that clear interval happens, when the countdown reaches 0, we want to have a message that says time is up. So let's change the inner HTML of clock again. So we're going to have it say time's up when everything is said and done.
Man, I thought that was when the alert was going to happen.
Oh, don't worry, we're about to get to that. But before we actually get to the alert, though, we got a little bit of an issue. Because we haven't actually created the function for an alert yet, but we can still reference it. So say we know that we're going to have an alert later on in the program, which we do. But we've already got so much code in this one function. We don't want to add too much code to a single function, because if that function breaks, it breaks everything. It's a lot harder to troubleshoot. So the idea for ways to develop for JavaScript is keep it simple, stupid. You want to separate functionality whenever possible. So rather than writing in our a new function within this function, we're just going to reference one that doesn't exist and build that outside. So we're going to call that my alert. And we're going to pass an argument through it. Because we want, say we want in the alert, we want our list that we didn't get, list of Pokemon that we didn't actually get properly. We want that to display in our alert. So we don't know how we're going to do it just yet, so we're just going to go ahead and pass missing list as an argument and work with it later.
And there are two other reasons why we would want to do that. One is going to be because this is running on page load. We don't need that alert to run on page load.
Exactly.
It doesn't have to. And another reason is because putting it as a separate function makes it reusable. That's a big thing in a lot of different coding languages. You want to make your code as reusable as possible. So we make that one alert and we want to be able to use it again somewhere. We have it all in that its own little box that we can call, just like the
Exactly.
boxes earlier.
And we can also, since we're putting an argument in there, we're passing through an argument, we're going to create a function that accepts an argument. We can create different alerts for different functions. The same function or the same thing is called, but different things are actually passed through the alert. We can have different messages for different events all through the same function without writing new functions every time.
That makes it dynamic.
Yeah. All right. So the last thing that we want to happen, when our countdown reaches 0, we want to reset our buttons again. So we're going to make the form name submit button disabled again, and we're going to re-enable our start button. And we're going to disable the name input again. And I swear, this whole thing, I don't know why it's deciding to just like do all my tabs all funky, but here's
You're like, oh, it does have a format option. Wonderful.
oh yeah.
was
So
hoping
you
it would.
guys, if you guys are having a little trouble yourselves, go up to this little drop down here, hit format JavaScript, and it will do some nice fancy smancy formatting for you.
Although it will undo the...
Yeah, it'll undo that. But if you want to hide something like that or any functions or blocks of code, there's a little arrow right here you can click. And bam, it's all folded up nicely. This is also good for tracking the ends of your functions, so you have less of a difficult time kind of keeping up with where your functions begin and end, what's wrapped up, your scope, everything else like that. Do not underestimate the power of that little arrow button right there, because it is valuable. All right, so it looks like we finally are finished with this little function. Although we don't have our alert done, can this actually do anything yet? Let's find out. Oh, no, it doesn't. Well, why do you think that is?
What are you asking me? Because I already know. So you're not calling it, like the button is not actually, it doesn't have an action to actually call the function or start it.
Bingo. So, if we actually go into our console here and we manually, maybe not if there is an issue here.
Another one.
Missing
That
a
parenthesis, man.
parenthesis. That's the timer.
I love how it shows you at the beginning of it, not where it should be.
I know, right? Good grief. Okay, so that's constant interval function. Let's find the end of that. Interval. Where is my set interval on this one? I'm just gonna look through here rather than going through the whole daggum thing, you know?
Yeah, I feel like it's... Did we save it?
What's that?
Did we save it? It might just be like... No, it's...
No, it's not that.
Darn.
Alright.
I'm getting
so
the
that-
feeling it's here though because of that math floor thing.
Where about?
Because of that math floor being discolored, I get the feeling it's in here somewhere.
Oh yeah, most likely
We got 1,
actually.
2, 3, 4, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Also, why is
shoot.
Megalovania
I
playing
know,
right
I was
now?
like, oh man, Megalovania.
I thought this was royalty free.
It's supposed to be, but I'm digging it, so.
Alright. Alright, looks like we got those.
Yeah, we got equal numbers for those. It's gotta be in here somewhere.
Well, I think that's just still referencing one of these, and it's screwing that up actually. So set interval. So we need to find the end of that function, and we need to put a parentheses at the end of it. And that's going to be, let's see. I feel like that's going to be right there at our.
Oh, yeah, because you. Wait, hold on.
Hey, that one doesn't have
wait.
anything referencing it.
Try removing that one again now, because it's not actually there in that code.
No, you're right.
I think we have an extra
So
one.
I think
now.
we, yeah, we just actually messed that up, and now we're messing it up again. So like we said, there will be bugs, and this is how you troubleshoot, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you actually fix code in real time, and let's hope that it doesn't become too much of a pain in the butt. So now that we have that, that's actually referencing properly there. Although I believe that
We're
is
still missing an extra one.
start name input here. If countdown is at 0.
You're still missing the other parentheses though.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Bada bing.
that'll do it.
That'll do it. Part of it. So we're actually
You're
missing
still
that
missing that
again.
one.
And
Yeah, but it should go after it, right?
yeah, that's actually not there for some reason. Where does that actually go?
I think I'm thinking after that one, but
And that's going to be at the very end. And actually don't have that, so that's going to need those. Tell you what I can do if I have to.
just copy paste.
All right, let's start folding things up. Okay, so this is actually a better way to do things, I think. Let's try that. All right, and that's still got us missing after all. All right, so we've got our argument there.
Wait, collapse it again?
What's that?
Can you collapse it again?
You know what?
Is it because we have an extra one there?
Hang on. I believe I see the problem here. 1 second, let me just make sure that that is correct before I make a change. That may not be correct. Okay, so this should be referencing the end of that, I believe. All right. There it is. Okay, so that should be referencing this, but it's not. Those are correct. And we're
Something
missing
in the middle.
something in between, which, you know, fairly obvious. So where is this referencing? And it's not supposed to be. Look for the underlined. Right here. So that should not be there, I do not believe. That variable function at the very end. So that should still be referencing this, but it's not. That is referencing nothing. What a strange issue for the IDE. But I'll tell you what, let's just do this whole deal right here, and you guys can just kind of follow along. And we'll just collapse this whole thing and copy the working version, because we don't have time to do a full troubleshoot. Granted, we do have a lot of notes in this. Timer start. So that. And that should get rid of our issue. Normally, we would spend some time, we would actually go through, we would troubleshoot, we would use some console logs to actually figure out what's going on. But in the interest of time, we're not going to do that. And I'm sure a seasoned developer will find our issue very fast. So please come in the comments and tell us what we did wrong.
It's one of those situations where, like, man, color pair brackets in VS Code would be so helpful there.
I know. God,
That add-on is so great.
it really is. All right, and we didn't implement that. That may have been where I messed up there. Uh-oh.
Wow.
We'll see that. And delete that. All right. So if we actually call this this function in our console, then it will start our timer. So let's see. Timer start. Oh, timer start is not defined. Oh, that's because it's wrapped in. Actually, that's part of why we do this IFE. So you can't call the function outside of what's meant to actually call it. It's a security measure, which is why we can't test that. All right. So let's get a few more things before we take a quick 15-minute break, won't you say? So now that we have our timer start defined, did we do our alerts yet?
No.
Okay, so we haven't done our my alert. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So we called my alert, but we didn't define it. So function. All right. I remember we're passing an argument through to this particular one, and we're going to be naming it a little bit different than our missing list here. So you remember the function. This is just what you call the argument, what you refer to the argument within this function. This is what's actually being passed as an argument while calling this function. It's a little difficult to explain, but remember we called missing list was what we actually defined up here. It was the OG Pokemon clone. So that is already defined. This is just what we'll be referencing within this. So actually, the better naming convention is probably missing list arg, something like that. We'll do that for ease of visibility here. All right. So we're actually going to be using another method here called alert. And that's a predefined method within JavaScript that allows you to, guess what, create an alert. We're just going to pass a string and add some variables to it. So you remember your spaces, add your plus, and then you're going to do the count. This is a variable that we've already predefined. Ooh, excuse me, we've been talking for a minute now. All right. You remember it's so many Pokemon. Remember, this is a string. Now, whenever you want to do a new line, you can't just hit enter when you're creating a string. So you have to use something called a carriage return and a new line escape. You can do those by using /r for carriage return and /n for new line. That basically brings you to the beginning of the line and starts a new line. You're going to want to use both those here. So to create a new line, we're going to do /r /n. So that return, carriage return, new line. You forgot. And we're going to do yet another carriage return and new line there. And then we're going to add another variable here, but we're actually going to modify it a bit. So we're going to post our entire miss list. So as it is right now, if you were to call the miss list and it were the entire list of Pokemon, you know, or the same exact, it would just post one after the other, after the other, after the other, separated by commas. So we're going to change what actually comes in between each of these array entries by using the .join method here. So that just replaces all your commas within your array with something else, or deletes it entirely if you need that to be done, which sometimes you do. So we're going to replace that with, guess what? A character return and a new line. So we're going to have all of these print onto a new line as opposed to just one after the other, separated by comma. All right.
CSV, but with
Do what?
it's like comma separated values in Excel, except with this a new line.
All right. Now, we wanted to teach you how to do a for loop. We're going to do that real quick, and we're going to print this in console so we can kind of test out, hey, are we doing this properly? So, how the heck do we print out every single one of these in our console? Well, let's print them out separately. Each and every one of them we want to print to our console. So, we're going to create a for loop. Remember, let I equal 0. So that's initiating I here.
And that's one of those common examples where we use let because it only exists within this for loop.
Right. And as long as I is less than now, what the heck is misList.length? Well, all that is .length when put after an array is just how many items are actually present in the array at any given time. As this code runs, it's going to say, okay, how many items are in this list? 151. Okay, is I greater than 151? And if that is not true, then it runs the code again. And then we're going to add one to I every time that this set of code runs. And then we're going to console log and what the hell are we doing there? I bet you're wondering. What we're doing here is we're actually going to console log the index item of where we're at in this list. So say we're on I0. All right, I is 0, we're running the code. So we're looking for item with index array 0 of misList. So that's going to be Bulbasaur. That's going to be the first item in the list. That's going to be the item in the list at index 0, which is what I is right now. So we're going to console log that, and then we're going to run this code again to check and see, is I still less than misList? And if that's true, then we're going to do I, or misList index of 1, which is going to be Venusaur, and so on and so forth. Make sense? All right. And I believe that's a good pausing portion for a 15-minute break. What do you think?
Yeah. I need to get some more tea.
Yeah. And I believe we're actually missing a thing there, but that's fine. All right, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to make sure that everything is correct.
Yeah, we do need another semicolon there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And I actually have to change our countdown. What time is it now? Let's say 15-minute break.
So like 3:10.
Let's say 3:15. Let's take a decent one. Because that was kind of a slog. What do you think?
Yeah.
All right.
And we need to eat. I need to check my calendar because when is this supposed to run till? 3. Okay, so I may need to reschedule Ellen's interview. I'll have to. I'll play it by ear. If it gets to like, if it gets to 4 and we're still not done, then I will have to give her a. Well, I'll send her a message. Everything I had today.
Who's on these wonderful slides, Emma?
Amber.
Amber? Oh. I'll give you property. Someone who's these slides. You did the ones on LinkedIn, right?
Camera good? Good afternoon. I am Sean McGee. I am the sourcing manager here at Quotum. I want to tell you all about the next steps if you want to move forward past this seminar. What we do is we have a program where we train individuals over some time and we get them placed. So right now, you all have been learning the basics as far as HTML, JavaScript, and web development. We would take that a step further. If you are interested in learning more, I can invite you to an informational session where I go over in detail what we do and what we would expect of you. He will put my information on the screen later on. Again, I'm Sean McGee. My email address will be there also along with my phone number. With our program, you will have to be selected though. We want to make sure we're not wasting anyone's time. We want to make sure you're going to be able to keep up and make it through the program. So unlike this where it's whoever wants to sign up is available to come in, the actual program later on, you will have to be selected. So again, please reach out to me if you have any other questions. We have info sessions every Tuesdays and Fridays. We have one tomorrow and we'll have another one next Tuesday, but the next Friday, of course, we will not because it's a holiday. Hope to talk to you all soon. Bye-bye. I used to do all these in person, so I'm used to that.
Sean didn't mean to run off, off the mic there.
Yes, I did.
Go ahead and get yourself set up back there if you can. All right, boys and girls. So now that we are back with our code, we're going to try to get through this relatively quickly. You'll have to forgive our mic adjustments. We are doing this live and I only have so much equipment. All right. So let's pick up right where we left off in our previous set of code. We all good?
Yeah, we're good. Let's go.
All right. So our function myAlert here, once again, that accepts an argument called misListArg. You remember count, and actually we need to adjust that misListArg.join, and yes, we explained all that good stuff. So now we need to actually create a function that handles our inputs while the timer is running. As always, before you start writing your code, think about what your requirements will be. It should check the entry in the form name input box to see if we've typed matches to any of our entries in the OG Pokemon array. And if it does, it should push the entry to the view list, unordered list.
It's lagging behind a little. I'm actually going to turn the screen off here.
No problem. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and get to work on this new function here. So we're going to call this add row. And we're not going to put any arguments in there. And first of all, we need to come up with a few variables that we're going to need for ease of use. And I'm just going to copy paste those because we are already running high on time right now. That's just name input, and that's a query selector for the ID form name input. Notice that we're using the hash mark here for ID, where for class you would use the dot notation for that. And the same with view list. We're doing query selector, getting our view list ID, and then we're actually getting our name input value, and we're taking that to lowercase. That's going to be a JavaScript built-in function for entry there. And if you remember, up above, entry was already defined somewhere. Where did we define entry? It's defined somewhere. I promise. It's coming up as blue. It's defined. All right. So we actually have a pretty interesting way of doing this. I thought this was relatively ingenious. So we're going to use a conditional statement here. So if the OG Pokemon index of entry is greater than -1. So first of all, what the heck does this statement mean? So what we're doing is we're seeing if the entry matches any of the indexed items in the OG Pokemon. So if an item does not exist in an array, it will return an index of -1 if you ask the index of, if you use the index of method in JavaScript, because it does not exist. So if it's greater than -1, it's going to be 0 or more, and that means it has a place in that array, and it will give you the exact place, the exact number that it is in that array, or the exact index. So we also want to do oh, the plot thickens, huh? And basically what this is saying is, and the entry list entry has an index that is equal to -1, so it's not already on the entry list, is basically all that is saying. So it has to be on this list and not already be on this list, if that makes sense to you guys. And the way that we're doing that is we're checking the index of what's entered in the actual text box here for entry, against where it would be in either of these arrays. And if it returns -1, it doesn't exist. If it returns greater than -1, it is in that array, and we will get a actual number return. So if both of those statements are true, then we're actually going to do some stuff right here that I'm going to paste in and just explain. All right. So first of all, we're going to create even more. Oh wait, that's not correct.
Wait a second.
Yeah, why did I redefine those? For some reason, they're actually redefined in my code as well. I'm not sure why.
Is it?
Form name input view list 2 lowercase. Yeah, it's the same. I'm not sure why I did that. All right. So we actually are going to reference a not yet existing function. We're going to update count, and all that's going to do is update our count here. We will define that in just a little bit. But first, we are going to wait, let's remove buttons here. Where is that? Oh, I guess we're just going to update count, because I actually didn't implement remove button. Count variable, update count. Okay, so yeah, we're just going to be updating count in this one. All right. And make sure that that's outside of there. And we're going to get a... Where is our problem here? And add unexpected token. Where did we...
Wait, does it matter that you don't have an ending for this one? There's another parentheses there.
You are correct. All right. So we actually do need to... Wait a minute, is that correct? Yes, that's right. Yes, the OG Pokemon entry and
That
entry
should
list
work,
entry.
yeah.
Yep, that's correct. What are we missing here, though? Unexpected token. That. Count add. Oh, okay. I see. I think that still should be part of that, but that's okay. That's whatever. And let's see. All right. So if these conditions match, then we're going to run the update count method. Otherwise, we're just going to return to end that entire thing right there. Okay. And if you return nothing, then that's exactly what that does. That just basically just ends the entirety of that function. All right, so let's figure out what we're going to do with our update count. Don't need a new row. All right. All right, once again, we're passing an argument through our update count here, and we're going to do some conditional statements. So, and I'm not sure why we actually did it that way, but oh wait, I know why we did it that way. All right, so if the value of our argument is equal to add, then we're going to add one to our count. And then we're going to, once again, change the inner HTML of our count and update that. So we need to actually have that happen when the count updates to tell it, hey, you need to update. Otherwise, it would just kind of stick there and there would be an invisible value called count that had been updated. Otherwise, if the argument is not add, then we're going to assume it's subtract, and we're going to decrement by 1 and update our count query selector once again with count plus our actual count variable. So this is a string called count, or a string that just says count with colon and all that good stuff in a space, and then you are actually putting the count variable in front of it. All right, so we got all these functions and stuff, all this fancy stuff that we can do, but none of it's actually working. So how the heck do we actually get any of this to work? I'm glad you asked. Those are called event listeners.
Gotta beat that on click that I keep mentioning.
And remember, we already defined some of these things. So remember, start button refers to our actual go button here. We use document.getElement by ID. I forget what the ID is, but we've already defined it, so I don't need to know. So then we're going to do add event listener. I knew I listener. So we're going to add event listener, and then the first argument that it takes is always going to be an action. So for this one, we're going to do click. Click is one of the accepted first parameters for this, and then we're going to run the function timer start with no arguments. So you don't necessarily have to put the parentheses there, but it might help. So, all right. So now what this is doing, it is listening for the event to happen of us pushing the start button here. So when it starts, the event listener is waiting for it to click, and if you click that button, then the timer start function should run. So, do we have a functioning timer? We do not appear to. Oh no! That's alright. Let's go ahead and get our other event listeners going using the enter key without actually having to press that button every darn time. So what we're going to do is document.querySelector, and then we're going to highlight our form name input class, and we're going to add an event listener to that. But it's going to be a little bit different this time. We're actually going to do the key up action, and that just basically means it's listening to what you're typing, and you're waiting for it to have a particular key code. So we're going to do a nameless function here.
You still got it. Okay.
Do what?
Okay, you got it.
So since we don't already have a function ready for this, we're just going to do what's called an anonymous function. So it's a nameless function. We can pass an argument through it if you want to. So we're just going to do function event, and then we're going to prevent default on this. I forget the exact reason why you do this, but I know whenever you try to do an event key code, you need to do event prevent default.
No, I don't remember either.
I know it has a fairly important function, but for the life of me, I can't remember exactly what it is. Just trust us on this and Google it as soon as you get the chance so that you know if anyone asks you why you use event.prevent default.
I guess it would be in the case that you have, I think, enter button doing something else on the page, maybe? Or
Very
the default.
possible, yeah.
It's whatever the default would be for that key, I guess.
So we're not using caps there. All right, so event.keycode. All that means is the key code for enter is actually number 13 here. So it's listening for you to press enter. So if there's an event where you press the enter button and you're within the form name input box, then it's going to execute this code. And we just want it to do this.
In this particular function, you're probably going to use it a lot. Like for any forms, you're ideally going to want to add this for any submission sort of button, just because most forms you fill out, you're gonna expect as a user to be able to do that. I know I do. That's for sure.
Right.
If I try to hit enter and it doesn't submit, I'm like.
Exactly. All right, so let's make sure our actual start button here is correct. So start button, and then is element by ID begin button. And where is our go button? Begin dash button. Okay, so that should be correct. Get element by ID, that's correct. Start button. Okay, making sure this is right. Also, this is the feeder roll. Sounds like the. All right, start BTN. Make sure that's correct. Start BTN, camel case.
Oh, you mean the music?
Yeah, yeah. Add event listener. Alright, I believe that's spelled correctly. Timer start, is that actually spelled correct?
It is.
It's spelled correct. Good grief. Look, if I wanted to hear from the peanut gallery. Alright. So basically, yeah, this is all the code that we have. I'm sure we missed something here. So in the interest of everyone's free time, we're just gonna send it with our confirmed working version of this whole thing. And I also have it wrapped in a try-catch. You do not have to do that.
It is best practice, though.
Yeah.
You always want to try to catch exceptions when you can.
Exactly. And I'm just going to throw it in there with all the commenting too. So all that should be up to snuff. So let's test it out. Oh, so all of a sudden our timer works. For testing purposes, we had this set to 12 seconds. All that means is that rather than 120,000 milliseconds, it's just 12,000 milliseconds. So once it finishes, oh, here's our alert. You remembered 0 Pokemon. You forgot them all. Gotta forget them all. So that actually works. But let's actually try putting some stuff in. Oh, also, check that out. Our console is also logging every single one individually. That's our loop in action. So it's logging all of those individually, one at a time. And it's also running again. Did I click the go button? I must have. Mm-hmm. Oh, I did click the go button. All right. So let's say Bulbasaur.
Whoa! All the Bulbasaur.
We have something that's broken.
Well, let's see what it gives us, actually.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, we forgot Bulbasaur.
It's counting ones that are, it's not validating against ones that are already there.
Yeah. Oh, that version's not either. Okay, so that's an error that I actually must have. You know, I literally demoed this.
And it was working?
Like, yeah, I literally demoed this yesterday, changed nothing.
Wow.
And it was working properly, so somehow or another we must have messed something up. That's fine. I challenge you, actually, as our users to try and fix this problem. Make a fork of this, and if you can solve our issues before we do, then let us know. Although I will be updating the version that we post to be working again. I'm sure it's just something small, because this was definitely working not long ago. But essentially, that's what we have going on. Not exactly sure how that's even actually working that way. Let's see. So it's logging all those correctly, so that's working right. Let's try refresh. I bet you it's a problem in the HTML actually, because that was the problem I had the other day. So
It also doesn't clear the text field after each one, which is something else we could add, ideally, if we wanted to make it more
and it doesn't.
user-friendly.
It doesn't normally do that, but let's. There is an HTML issue. Control V. Nope, it's not that. Oh, that's right. It's not working in this one either.
Yeah,
I
but
forgot.
then,
All right. So, do we want to try to troubleshoot real quick?
mayhaps.
All right. So let's see what we got going on here. We have our Pokemon const. 120,000. That's actually okay. That's right because we updated in here. So when we press go, our timer is running, and those are enabled and disabled when they're supposed to be. That interval seems to be working properly. We are getting a proper readout of minutes and seconds, and our alert does appear to be working properly. What is not working, however, is our updates. So this is going to be in our add row function. So these are actually created twice here. So we got our name input. Using query selectors, we're checking to see if current entry, input box, the update count. So this is updating our count, but we're actually missing something here. So we're actually missing what we're using to push to our list, aren't we? All right. And let me see. Rather than rebuild this whole thing, I may actually have that still in my drive.
I call hacks.
You call hacks? Let's see. And let's see. Bootcamp assets. Where did I put it?
That's where you put it?
It's right here. Alright. So I completely refactored this part, so it may not actually be in here, but I'm going to check anyway. Increment timer, update count. Started. Timer, update count. Okay, so I don't know that it was actually even there. Remove row.
We didn't make a remove row function.
Ah, here we go. Entry list dot push. Okay, yeah, I do remember that bit. Let's try.
Wonder how it got removed.
Huh?
Wonder how it got removed.
I'm not sure, actually.
You got the comment there, like it should be there, but it's not.
I must have at some point Control X it or something. All right. So we're pushing to the entry list, our entry, as long as both of those are correct. I knew there was something funky missing there.
Well, she did say we were gonna go into the inner HTML concatenation.
Right. So once we push it there, we're going to go to our view list, change it into HTML, and add in all this good stuff here. So LI ID, so it's a list item with the ID of our entry, and then we're going to add a excuse me, add in entry as well in the middle of all that, make another span. That's a whole bunch of HTML, basically the same format that we were looking at here earlier. And our name input value is going to be null. Then we're going to update our count, which we can actually get rid of here, since it's right there. And this also actually implements a remove buttons button that we did not implement in here. Since I copy pasted it, it is there. So you can have a look at that yourself. I was going to share that in our document anyway. And this also makes use of what's called an arrow function. I do have notes about that in the version that we'll be sharing with you as well. So let's make sure our closing tags and everything are correct. Let's see. All right, so I need to, that is not correct. Turn. Here. List and buttons here.
You don't know what's wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Or do we have more that goes on underneath this? But you've got that closing one here, shouldn't it just be after that one?
Yeah.
Although, it's not a print, is it? It's a curly.
For each PTM. Okay, for each one, you're going to do this arrow function. So let's find out where that ends.
That's the complete number.
Execute this code. That should be this. Grow current node. For that, place that, that, that. This should relate to the beginning of the function, correct? I believe that's right. He thinks. What are we missing? Alright, so we're going to format this real quick, and we're going to do a quick analysis. Kowalski analysis. And usually it tells us if it finds anything or if it just doesn't find anything, but it's just not saying anything at all. Oh, here we go. Unnecessary semicolon. I don't think that'll actually stop the code, but analysis is meant to help that kind of thing out. Go in there, I believe that before. And let's run a new one. Unnecessary, so we're missing one down there. That one was unnecessary. Just that quick. Ah, here we go. Expected identifier and sets on A, expected an assignment or function call, and it sets on expression missing semicolon. Unnecessary semicolon. What is it with you and these semicolons? Alright. I wonder if it just doesn't like return right there. I don't think that's an error though, that's just semantics. Yeah, when you do analyze on this, it doesn't actually always come back with errors. There's only an unrunnable error if you see a little exclamation point down there. Whenever it gives you these are semantic problems that will not kill your code, but also may be causing problems or are just generally bad practice. So for now, we're going to ignore that in the interest of time. So let's see if we have a working... We do not.
That one semicolon should be there though at the end of the else statement right here.
That's what I thought, but they kept saying it was unnecessary.
I don't know. I thought that one was right.
And let's see. 50 energy. Where is that? There. Through, then it runs this, and this is part of function add row. So that is correct. Shouldn't that be down there? Otherwise return. And let's all that so I can actually see what the heck's going on. We'll get rid of that so I can see what the heck's going on. Be on that. Ixnay on the delete day. Elite day. Alright. I hate to leave unfinished code. Alright, so entry HTML is being changed, value of account head, mouse remove buttons, and we're not getting any console warnings, are we? That is relating to that, so that's the end of there on the if. Okay, so could else not be down here?
Oh, yeah, just remove that one.
Huh?
Remove that one right there.
Oh, wait, I think you're correct.
Because, yeah, that needs to come right before the else. Because this is part of the if statement too, right? Hold it.
I think you're right.
So then just put it before the else.
And that should, oh, I believe you're correct. And let's reanalyze. Missing semicolon, missing semicolon, A has
Oh,
already
really?
been declared.
Yeah, we got a bunch of them there. That's definitely missing a semicolon.
What's that?
That line.
Oh.
Close that one.
Listener, count remove. A has already been declared.
That's probably just happening because of the semicolons being missing. I have to reanalyze real quick.
Right.
To see. That's just one of those weird errors. What the heck is it?
Analyze again, see what we get now that we have semicolons gone.
No, there's syntax error. Remove buttons has already been declared.
Let's remove buttons, query selected all, li anchor. Do we have that twice?
Yeah, I think remove. Wait, was remove buttons? Yeah. That's cool. Const remove buttons, and then we have another const remove button, so you can just remove that.
Actually, oh, we have this in twice, this whole expression. Not sure how that got in there.
I like copy pasta, man.
Yeah, all the copy pasta. And was couldn't find anything, so will it work? Will it blend? No, it will not.
No.
Yeah, I find it funny that we broke it even more by fixing it.
I need a little, like, what are those called? Buttons. The soundboard.
Oh yeah, that's what you're talking about. Timer, HTML, equals minute seconds. Double time up.
Is that one of those names? My code works and I don't know why, or my code doesn't work and I don't know why.
Alright, so countdown for whatever reason is not defined from the get-go.
It's not? It's a let one though.
That countdown rules. Interesting, that should be defined, but for some reason it is not. So, I mean, I could just remove it from that entire thing.
The same countdown, does it say which line it's at that it's having the problem?
It does not.
It doesn't.
So, here's something I like to do for troubleshooting.
Yeah, I think it might be that line that's doing it. It's probably out of scope at that point.
Right. So let's see if our event listener is at least working. The first thing that's going to happen whenever function timer start is called is we're going to get a console log of click. So that is actually working, and all of a sudden our timer is working. And now that. And although our remove button does have some issues with the sizing and everything, that's probably just from where we copy pasted. No big deal, but we do seem to be now correctly working. Not sure exactly what happened. Welcome to coding, the real coding. And just to make sure, actually let's redo that with Bulbasaur so that we can make sure AUR. Okay. And we'll make sure Bulbasaur has been removed and our actual list is working properly. And oh, there it is. I forgot Bulbasaur, so that's not working. Alright, I'm tired of
They
fiddling with
probably
it for now.
tried to remove Bulbasaur remove, which isn't one of them.
Oh, yeah, I bet you are 110% correct.
Just thinking like the JavaScript.
Alright, we'll get it fixed later. But for now, we are going to call it good enough for today. Normally at this point, we would just like knock off. Also, oh wait, they can't see that. Thank goodness.
The fans leave.
Yeah, I have a very interesting desktop. Alright, so now that you know how infuriating coding can really be, is this mine or yours?
I didn't grab one, so
Okay.
I think we have two.
So now that you know how infuriating coding can actually be, how time consuming and how utterly futile it can seem at times, we're going to go back to our slideshow here.
See, this is why it's very important when you're coding to always take breaks. It is far too easy to get just absorbed in it and spend hours staring at your screen wondering what the heck you did wrong, when if you just take a 15-minute break or something and come back, sometimes the world will just open its wonders to you and you'll figure it out just by one glance.
Exactly.
So take breaks.
I'm sure if we weren't under the clock here and we could actually sit down and you're doing this by ourselves and we're not really stressed for time or anything like that, we would be able to troubleshoot these things fairly easily.
Yeah, it's called self-care.
Right. But it doesn't matter how long you do this. It doesn't matter how good you get. You're going to run into simple errors. We had a completely working and tested solution before we came in today. And even then, we still run into issues. So just let that teach you that it doesn't really matter how many times you mess up, because you are going to mess up while you code. That's just a fact of the practice. That's just a fact of development. You are going to run into strange, weird errors and problems that you never anticipated. You're going to think you have something fixed, and then all of a sudden, new bug's going to rear its ugly head.
That's also why testing is important. Very important.
Testing is extremely important.
Always test.
Always test. We probably should have gone into writing unit tests, but we are already way over time.
Yeah,
so let's go ahead.
An actual demo, I would have been screaming internally.
Exactly. All right, so let's. We already reviewed our assignment. It's broken. That's the review. All right. So we're going to go over some resume tips. These are pretty good tips, I would say, for building your resume, for interviewing, things like that. This has content from the Tech Resume Inside Out by
Gurgly Oros?
Gurgly Oros.
That's a very fun name.
Mr. Gurgly has made his full book available for free download at thetechresume.com. They are not affiliated with Quotum in any way.
Luckily, otherwise they'd be yelling at us.
Oh, goodness. So what is a resume anyway? Well, it's a formal document that job applicants create to itemize their qualifications for a position. That's the very business-like definition of it. It's basically the first thing that anybody sees when you are trying to get a job anywhere. You send them your resume. And that's kind of important. So what's the real purpose of a resume? Well, good ones are the ones that present you in a very fair way. It's going to maximize your chances of getting through the resume screening process, assuming you're qualified. And even with a good one, you won't always get a recruiter. It's going to be for a lot of reasons. Main one is sometimes your profile just doesn't match the company that you're looking for, or there might be stronger people in the profile pool. But with a good tech resume, you won't miss opportunities. Now, great resumes are the ones that grab the attention of your recruiter or hiring manager, and they immediately want to talk to you. This doesn't have a lot to do with the format, but really more to do with the content and the format. Great tech resumes are ones that showcase your rare or valuable experience or skills. If you happen to be a senior software engineer at Google, let's be real, if you're watching this, you're probably not, and you apply directly to a small company that sees very few applications, the recruiter won't believe their luck. The point of this is to help you help get your chances of getting your foot in the door with the company, where you can level up before moving to the next level, so you have the skills and experience you need for a great tech resume. That's a tongue twister. All right. So this fancy looking little infographic here is actually not as complex as it looks. So there's kind of a pipeline for hiring, and one of the most important ones is automated resume filtering. Most large companies use applicant tracking systems called ATS that automatically scan your resume and will grade them on a score of 0 to 100 based on keywords, phrases, and machine learning. Only the top ranked CVs will even be looked at by a sourcer. Now that's important. You have to keep in mind it's usually called SEO, or search engine optimization, when you're trying to do it on the internet and trying to get your profile seen, or trying to make a post blow up, or trying to create videos or anything like that. Anytime you're trying to create content, you have to think of a resume kind of like content that you're creating. You have to get that SEO just right. You got to get the right keywords.
And that's why you'll see a lot of hacks talking about ATS. Like they are basically hacking ATS by like putting a whole bunch of text in white that's basically like the actual job you're trying to interview for, like their job requirements. You just paste it in the bottom of your Word document in white text and then turn it into a PDF, so that way it just has all the things they're looking for.
That's so cool.
I saw that hack one time and I was like, dude, that's amazing.
Holy crap.
Basically cheating the ATS.
So there you go. That's the absolute top tip that we could possibly give you, ladies and gentlemen.
And even if you don't want to do that, if you feel like that might be a little too
right,
maybe deceitful or something, I don't know, then you could always just like look at the job posting for the place and like look at the keywords in the job posting they're looking for and use those in your resume based on your actual experience.
Exactly.
That could be enough.
But you didn't hear it from us. And of course, you know, you have your sourcer CV screen. Their specialized roles, their recruiters responsible going through their applications manually. Then there's recruiter screen. The most promising of all profiles go to the recruiter screen, and this is a phone call confirming experience, motivation, and touching on soft skills. And then an actual technical screen, which is usually a coding challenge, technical questions, things like that, just to see, all right, are you the real deal, or are you just, you know, messing with us here? Then there's an on-site interview usually. Sometimes they're remote, and these can be, you know, more interpersonal, or they can be even deeper technical screens. And then finally, the actual offer. So, at first glance, you're going to get a few key pieces of information out on your resume, and they have to be there. Like, if you're missing any of these things at first glance, then they're just going to throw your resume in the trash. They're never going to look at it again. You have to have these clearly displayed on your resume. Number one, years of experience. The very first thing they're going to be looking for is how experienced are you? How long have you been working for? And they're going to mentally compare you to the internal level of the position. So if most people that they have working for them have experience between, you know, 3 and 10 years, then they're going to say, okay, well, this guy has a year. So he's kind of below the level of our company. Or conversely, their whole staff may be complete juniors. You know, they may have like a guy that's been there for like 3 years as their senior dude, and you have 15 years experience or something like that. If they're not looking for somebody that's that experienced, you may be overqualified. This is a lot more rare, but it does happen.
And this first glance thing, just a quick note on that, if you're not familiar with graphic design and web design best practices, it could behoove you to actually like go and just Google search for like web design, graphic design best practices, because those will help you a lot with this part. Because that's one of their main things. Like with web design, you want everything to be as user-friendly, as easy to read as possible. You want the main points to jump out really quickly. Just like all of these things are going to really help if you want to make a nice looking resume too. So.
Right. They're also going to be looking for relevant technology skills, your actual work experience, like your physical, you've been working, work authorization and visa status, if you are a foreigner. And they're going to look for anything that clearly stands out. For new grads, it might be your school, it might be an award. Experienced people, it should be your company or a patent, maybe even a PhD or something like that. Generally speaking, these are for like the most crazily qualified people. But sometimes you may have something that other people don't. Don't forget it. All right, so we have a few ground rules for creating your resume. Generally speaking, your resume should be 2 pages or less and contain some basic contact details. But 2 pages or less is more of a guideline, not a strict rule. If you have a lot to put on your resume, by all means, make it a little bit longer. But absolutely, make sure you have good grammar, no typos.
Yes. That is like the first way to get on my bad list. Like if I'm going to interview you, or I see like your resume and I see grammatical errors and like typos all over the place, then I can tell, like, you can tell so much about a person just based on that. And one, it doesn't look professional. Two, it just looks like you didn't care when you were putting it together. You didn't take the time to proofread and reread, and that tells me that if I hire you on and I give you a task, you're not going to pay attention. Even if I send you the task in an email, you're not necessarily going to read over it like you're supposed to, and you could miss things that are really vital to the actual project. So I'm not going to trust somebody that can't give me good grammar. It's kind of like a baseline for me.
Exactly. You also need, obviously, your basic contact details. If they don't have a way to get in touch with you, phone number, email, all that good stuff, where you're a resident of, then they're just not going to bother, because that's just work they have to do that they don't have to. Make sure your dates are in reverse chronological order. Mark your work and education experience clearly with dates. Latest one on top, earlier ones underneath. That just makes their job easier, and if they have to work for it, if they have to manually compare, okay, what's this hiring gap here, then they're just going to throw it in the trash, because, trust me, nobody wants to do extra work if they don't have to.
Yeah. And all of that does also go back to like your web design basics and like just readability, because you're really going to just want to be valuing their time when you're creating it, because they go through so many of these per day.
Exactly.
You've got to keep in mind they're going to go through hundreds and thousands in like a month sometimes. And if they go through and they see they're going to have a lot of reading to do, they're just going to toss it in the trash.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta make it stand out.
Also, don't include any photos or non-required personal information like your date of birth, gender, citizenship, relationship information, number of children, religion, etc. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants. We don't want pictures of you and your kids on your resume.
They're not PIs. They're recruiters.
Exactly. Also, if you're worried about potential biases or anything like that, that's a good way to keep it as close to a meritocracy as possible. Tech should be a meritocracy, and let your skills show for themselves, regardless of your race, color, creed, religion, whatever. It shouldn't matter, and you shouldn't make it matter. And like we said, 2 pages or less is not a strict rule, but not a bad one to follow. All right. As for interview tips, I think you can attest to some of these.
Oh boy. So yeah, don't ever talk. I've had situations where I've asked an interviewee, tell me a little bit about yourself and your work history, and they gave me their entire life story. We don't want it. We don't want it. We will sit there in awkward silence until you finish, because we don't want to be rude, but oh my gosh, the whole time we'll be like, okay, when are they getting to the work experience, the stuff that actually matters? Keep it concise. Like, do elaborate on technical stuff, though. Technical details are great to elaborate on. Just please don't, don't overdo it. Again, that goes back to just respecting people's time, because again, it's even with interviews, we're doing tons of them a day, so we don't, yeah, we got to get to the good stuff in 30 minutes usually.
Exactly. All right. And for each interview, you're going to want to study for every interview that you do, because every job is a little bit different. Before the interview, take the time to address like the key technologies, the task and the job description. Think of scenarios and experience you have with each. Review things each that you might be a little rusty in. So if you're doing a JavaScript interview, go back over your JavaScript basics. Go back over some of your more advanced stuff. Try to remember scenarios where you use JavaScript. Also, I just fixed the app.
That, and if you can, like, if it's available online, try to, like, if it's from their website or maybe something like Glassdoor or something like that, try to see what kinds of technologies they actually use on a daily basis and research those so that you're at least familiar with them if you haven't worked with them before. So that's also extremely helpful. And in some rare scenarios, you might even come across some interviews that people have done that they may have like posted or something, or posted issues about. So yeah, definitely good to study.
Right, right. Also, these are all listed as number one. I just realized that. They're all number
Talk
one.
about our best practice.
All of them, number one.
They're
Don't
all
forget any of them.
extremely important, yes.
They're all equally important. So don't freeze. Redirect. We see this a lot. We see this a ton. People that get in an interview and they might be doing well, and then something hits them that they aren't 100% prepared for, and they freeze. And just wait for us to, they wait for the hiring manager or for the interviewer to kind of like, oh, it's okay, we can move on. Interviewers aren't always that nice. They usually are not that nice, actually.
Yeah, and it's awkward for us too.
It's
Believe
awkward
me.
for everybody involved.
Just like, oh dear. If you don't know it, like, redirect or like ask me to elaborate a little. Sometimes that does help. Like, if I ask you a question and you don't immediately know what I'm talking about, maybe just asking me to elaborate a little might jog something that you'll be able to use to remember it. So don't ever just assume that you don't know what we're talking about.
Exactly. And if you legitimately don't know the answer after asking for, for the interviewer to rephrase, it's probably not the worst idea in the world to just acknowledge the interviewer. Hey, I don't know the answer to this specific question, but I can definitely find out later. Or, like, I have an idea about it, but I'm not 100%. So, if you don't mind, let's move on and maybe circle back to it if I think of something,
And another thing on that note is don't be afraid to ask them to repeat a question. If the connection is bad or they have like a thick accent or something, really just be kind about it and ask like, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Would you mind repeating that question? We'll be happy to.
Exactly. And last but not least, end your interview with the question, what are the next steps? This is going to help you seem confident that you did well in the interview. And if they're kind of on the fence, like, oh, well, I mean, he had some pretty good answers, but maybe he wasn't like, he didn't come off super duper confident, like maybe you paused a little bit, you didn't have the perfect interview. Going to, hey, what are the next steps? That gives you a prepared answer. You're ready to say it. You can like be loud and proud. And they say, okay, well, this is a conversational, open-ended question for them. They're saying, okay, well, then we'll do this, this, and this, and this. And then you can have an opportunity to open up some conversation with them. Open-ended questions on your part are good whenever you get a chance to ask them. Get them talking, take the control of the conversation, become the interviewer yourself.
And even better, if you want to one-up yourself, you could ask, so what are our next steps? Use inclusive terms like we and our when you're talking about their team.
That's good.
Because
I like
that psychologically puts them in the mindset that you're already there with them, you're already prepared to start working on their team. So it just kind of gets that camaraderie sort of started.
I wish I had you write that slide. I like that even better.
I have a lot of experience.
All right. And the interview loop, as you all know, you got your phone screening, your coding review, your on-site review, your technical screening round 1, your hiring manager behavioral review, your system designs or panel interview, and then your final round. They're not always all this, and some of them will combine multiple steps into one, but this is essentially kind of the loop. Also, I believe this slide is out of place.
Yeah, heck, sometimes you might just go on site for the first interview and they'll be like, all right, you're hired, when do you start?
Good to go.
And that's good. But
I've even had, people do phone interviews, and they're like, okay, well, that was the final round, so
yeah,
cool.
send me your laptop, let's go.
Right. And there are, speaking of interview questions, there are actually 3 types of common interview questions. Those are technical. Those are going to be questions about a technology, scenarios, opinions about a technology, or even direct code questions. So if you're ever asked to write or edit code or write some pseudocode, that's called whiteboarding. Aside from opinions, these are always objective in nature. And by opinions, I mean somebody will be like, somebody might ask you, what's your opinion on the latest Windows update, whatever, I don't know, something like that. What are your opinion on the latest version of JavaScript, with the ES6 versus ES4 or something? I don't know.
Those kind of questions are two-parters in disguise. Those are excellent.
Exactly.
Because it shows that you also keep up with your technologies.
Exactly. And they can be sneaky with it. If you don't have an opinion about it, then they might raise some red flags, because that means you may not know as much about the technology as they want you to know.
And the pseudocoding is also extremely important to us, especially especially in the technical field, because that's what shows that you have a good logical mindset, because that's one of the baseline things that you need to be able to code really well.
Exactly. Next off, there are behavioral questions. These are kind of trying to find out and estimate your future performance by looking at past behavior. They can be on the interpersonal matters, questions like leadership, how you act under pressure, etc. These questions are going to be something like, you came across a critical security bug in a production environment. You tell your manager about it, and he says to simply ignore it. What do you do?
And we get these a lot in interviews. I see them all the time. So I make sure to let my classes know about these. Like, always have an answer. If someone asks you about a scenario where you had to ask for help, and a scenario where someone had to come to get help from you, and what the resolutions were. Doesn't necessarily matter if it's in a technical setting or not. They're asking this so that they can see how you work in a team environment, if you're able and willing to reach out for help when you need it and give help when it's desired. So it shows that you're able to work as a team.
Exactly. And then finally, there are the screening questions. They're pretty open-ended, subjective questions. They're trying to find out more about your personality and what working with you will be like. These are questions like, they're pretty common interview questions, like, what do you like most about your current position? Why are you a good fit for this position? Which accomplishments are you most proud of? Do you ever get nervous? Exactly. So those are pretty basic stuff. You can do, I'm sure there's resources all over the internet for how to prepare for those kinds of screening questions, but that's really up to your specific personality, to be honest.
The only don't about that one I say is don't complain about your other jobs.
Right.
Please don't. That is not a good sign.
Right.
Because even if they deserve it, it's not the place to bring it up. It's really not.
Exactly. There'll be plenty of time to complain when you're hired. And don't forget to get in the proper mindset. Before, you need to do your research, talk to your recruiter, if you're using a recruiter, about the position, get yourself prepared. During, you need to have that positive attitude, keep your steady pacing, use your breathing exercises, breathe in, out, take a second. It's all right to have a pause. It's no big deal. You don't have to word vomit. You gotta stop talking. You gotta keep talking the whole time. No, you don't. Silence is okay.
And fake it till you make it.
Right.
That's the thing. If you can show confidence, if you're confident in giving your answers, in my experience, even if you give a partially wrong or even sometimes a totally wrong answer, if you give that sucker with confidence, they're gonna be fine with it. They're just gonna keep on rolling.
Right. And fun fact, a lot of these hiring managers for larger companies especially are not technical interviewers. They are not people familiar with the technology. And they will have scripted answers that they're looking for, written by their technical team.
Yeah, and in those scenarios, you just want to give as many buzzwords to them as possible, and they'll just
Exactly.
jot them down. Like, oh, that's a good one. Oh, I don't know.
Well,
about
I
that
mean,
one.
don't do that. You know, try to be legitimate with it for sure.
But yeah, just like do throw those in there because they
Right,
help.
but you know, confidence goes a very, very long way with interviews like that, because they don't necessarily know exactly the correct, perfect answer. You can be a little off and be in the ballpark, and they'll be like, "Okay, so he mentioned functions. Cool, we got it. Cut print, hired."
Pretty much. Heck, sometimes it's just that poor lady in HR that just got like thrown this job to
Right.
do. She's like, oh no. Just like, okay, what do you got here? Okay, then we can. Sometimes it is like that.
Oh man. And of course, after the interview, don't stress. Think of it as a learning experience, even if it was a bad interview. If you're doing phone interviews, especially if you're doing them on Zoom or Teams or anything like that, install OBS, learn how to record your interviews and watch them back. Write down the questions, find the answers to those questions, or create answers to those questions if you're asking about scenarios or personal things and you just answered poorly. And be prepared for next time, because guess what? Those questions are going to keep coming until you get them right.
You always get the positives.
Exactly. And did I actually... Okay. And of course, you got to have communication while you're doing the whole thing. Listen to the questions, listen to what they're actually asking you, absorb it, take the time to consider how you're going to answer. If you've ever seen Elon Musk do an interview, you know how he takes like 3 or 4 seconds to think about his answer before he says it? Do that. You know.
Alternatively, another good way is to process it and then just reiterate it to them in your own words. Don't ever repeat exactly what they said, but if you just rephrase it in your own words, asking them if you understand it right, that can help not only buy you a little bit of time to really formulate the answer in your head, but it also shows them that you understand what they're talking about.
Right. And like we said earlier, interview the interviewer. Don't be afraid to ask them questions about the company, how they do things, what they're looking for, etc. This shows initiative, there's thoughtfulness, legitimate interest, separates you from candidates that might just be looking for a paycheck, and it can keep you out of a bad situation. There are, unfortunately, a lot of really crappy tech jobs out there, you know, where there's just a huge, massive, just completely depreciated code base. They're going to be expecting you to do just crazy amounts of work that's just completely impossible. They're expecting the moon and the stars from you. And then they'll fire you a month later when they realize, oh, you can't deliver something that a team of 50 people couldn't deliver them in the time frame they asking for. You know, or they have zero documentation on their code, which is just ridiculous. Matter of fact, I did an interview recently where that came up, and they had apparently no documentation. It was just awful, and they admitted it.
Asking about team size and what their part is, their day-to-day is also a really good thing to ask. Like, what do you do on a regular basis? Like, what's your day look like? What kind of things, like, what kind of people do you work with? What's your team size? Are you guys a small team, or are you like a large team that just gets your tasks and goes through them like that? This would also be a good opportunity if you weren't able to find any other technologies that they do use. You could ask them if they use any like proprietary software or something else you might want to study up on before starting the job. That's also a great segue to get them into that mindset that you're going to start with them. Just be like, well, okay, so are there any other like specific technologies you guys use that I might want to look into before starting? That not only puts them in that mindset, but it also shows them that you are proactive in learning this new stuff, and you're already preparing to start working for them. So
Exactly.
it's a great way to kind of get through that.
Girl knows her stuff. All right, and just before we get into our actual Q&A here, questions, if there is anybody that wants to ask any questions, I know you guys are probably burnt out at this point, but I'm actually going to go real quick to the working version of the Pokemon app here.
I never did get another cup of tea.
All right. And I want to show you guys how it actually works here. I took a second while she was talking and got it working properly. So now we have our go here. So we got Mew, Bulbasaur. And we're about to run out of time here. Both our remove buttons are correct. Oh, and all of a sudden, oh, bam. We do not have Bulbasaur. Now, something that we added, and this is on purpose because we want you guys to actually work on this. The alert box is actually limited, and this is just a feature of the alert box itself. So I challenge you guys to figure out how to fix this particular issue on your own. And there also is a method that was written, or rather a function that we wrote and did not go over for the remove button here. That was purposeful because it does contain some concepts that you guys did not go over in this class. I would like you all to review this code, try to figure out how it works, how to understand how it works, and I actually give you all the keywords that you need to search what is going on, which is one of the hardest parts of reading new code or being a new developer, knowing what to call certain things. So this uses an arrow function, which is right here. That's all an arrow function. This also uses element.closest, which is right here, btn.closest. That's going to be a method that's in JavaScript. It uses event listeners, which we talked about, btn.eventListener, click, and then that goes into an arrow function, kind of like our anonymous function that we did earlier. And it leverages function parameters, or rather arguments, I should say. So have a look at that, try to figure out how it actually works. What this is actually doing is adding a remove button to each of our items that are posted here in our view list. And beyond that, there are certain things that you could add. And they are up here in the bugs section. So it's currently set to 12-second timer for testing purposes. You can reset that to 120K instead of 12,000 to get a 2-minute timer like we are asking for. Refine your CSS and add a high score count if it's not too much for you. That can be a little difficult to get working properly, but I believe in you. Clean up some code and then do further refinements such as making an improved alert box, scorekeeping, etc., implemented at your own discretion. All right, and I'm going to share that in our chat so you guys have a fully working version of the Pokemon app. If you have any questions, please ask them in chat now. And we're going to give it a couple minutes before we wrap this whole thing up. Say 4:25, we'll go ahead and close the whole thing down. If you have any questions, we'll go over.
Well, how about them sports ball teams?
How about them sports ball teams? I mean, I've actually been watching SEC football this year, so I could kind of go off on it.
Oh boy. I'll leave that to you and James to talk about in the daily meet. I have no clue what goes on in sports ball.
Oh goodness, I'm just not looking forward to breaking down all of this camera equipment. It's gonna be a fun time. It's really not that bad to break down. It's way worse to put up.
Yeah, it's usually the case.
Yeah. I think we just burnt everybody out in this super long, like we took up the entire workday just about.
Yeah, really, but like, dang.
Dang.
Crunch.
I do feel bad that we didn't get the app right the first time.
It happened.
I feel like it was just bound to happen. It was just gonna happen no matter what, you know.
Well, I mean, that is a good example. Like, I actually really like it when something goes wrong in my classes because that gives me an opportunity to make it into a teaching moment where we can like learn together how to fix it.
Right, right. Oh, by the way, the bug that I fixed, it was a missing parentheses, and I'm not gonna try to find where it was again, but it was one of them that you kind of had a hunch about. It was just a little bit further down. We needed to have a new one. And that just completely screwed up the scope for that entire function, which just made it not work. Oh, there goes Sean. Bye, Sean. Bye, bye, bye. All right. Speaking of having a beautiful day, it is 4:25. We haven't gotten any questions. You guys feel free to get in touch with us on our YouTube channel or get in touch. I believe most of you have been in touch with Anna who took part in our training camp today. I hope that we answered some questions for you guys, you know, that we taught you something. I know we taught you how to make buggy code, if absolutely nothing else.
Well, you gotta be bad at something